Merry meet! I'm Gory B Movie, and this is Gory Talk, where we just talk about fucked up shit. And today we're talking about extra fucked up shit. So it's like little extra seasoning on the plate of shit that's fucked up that I usually serve you. And yeah, I'm just not going to even hold back on the swearing today because we're talking about disturbing movies, the most messed up movies of all time. And I wore my favorite shirt. I like the Serbian film, so fuck you and your baby. It's that kind of night. And we've got my friend Jen from Jen's Reviews in the Grave tonight. And yeah, I'm going to have to update this really, really quick. But give me just a second. And Jen will be right here. All right. Any second now. There you are. Hi. How are you? And hopefully everyone can see and hear you. I'm going to update your lower third. So introduce yourself and what you do, all the things.
Okay, well, hey, boos and ghouls out there in YouTube land. This is Jen. And as you guys know, I love fucked up, disturbing horror. I talk about horror. I love all facets of horror, but I'm very excited. Gory asked me to join her tonight because I just get a hard on. If I can say that, I get a hard on.
You can't, honey, it's my channel. Yeah.
Okay.
You can say that and more. If we're not talking about dongs or something, it's a pretty tame night. So, hopefully you guys can hear everybody and everything okay. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that many fucks right out of the gate because I don't think YouTube likes it, but you know, whatever, dude. YouTube can suck it. It's that kind of night. Ah, wow, I popped that chair up really high. Woo! So, Jen, and we've got Adam. He says, Jen, I want a movie that will make me barf, please. Oh, honey, I've got so many movies that'll make you barf. So many movies that'll make you barf. And who knows why I'm doing this accent? I don't even know where to start. I have a list that I made on LETTERBOXD with some of the ones that have really disturbed me over the years. And I think maybe we should start with talking about what makes a movie disturbing. So I think there's a few different things.
Actually, I agree with that. I have a list.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a lot. It's a lot of things. It's basically. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Go for it.
Okay, I'm sorry if I cut you off. No. What makes a horror disturbing is. Sorry, is there a bit of a delay? Oh, I hope.
I think there might be. Is there a delay? I don't know.
Shit. I can hear you fine, but I don't know if I'm messing you.
I can hear you just fine. Go for it. So what do you think makes a movie disturbing?
Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine.
What I think makes it's very much it's very much subjective with what disturbs you, and I think that's one of the great things about disturbing cinema is that it's all subjective. What can terrify or horrify me will put someone else to sleep, but it's also very universal. Like if we go to the taboos, the things that polite society is not supposed to talk about, right? So we can have what usually are the things that make it on the disturbing list are anything with involving a child. That's like a big one, whether it be physical abuse, sexual abuse, or just psychological abuse. That's when people go, whoa, bro, wait a minute here. And like you said, a Serbian film checks so many boxes. Necrophilia is another big one, and there are quite a few it's not everyone knows Necromantic, of course, and Aftermath, but there are so many other necrophile films out there. That's another big one, and Serbian film checks that box as well. Another one that's really hits and is the hardest one for me that kind of makes me go, dude, would be animal cruelty, whether it's in the real world, like with something like Cannibal Holocaust, where they actually killed real animals, or something along the lines of No Telling, which was a Larry Fessenden movie, which is really, really fucked up. Or something like Hounds of Love, where you have a dog scene. It's just make-believe, right, guys? But it's like a movie that had me like that because you hear everything and it's horrible. That's also very disturbing. It's psychological, it's visceral, it's just something you feel in your heart and in your soul and can fuck up your psychic. But at the same time can also be cathartic. You also have the rape revenge genre, which can be as cathartic and is fucked up, and also there's bad things to the extreme. And I'm sorry, I'm going on and on.
No, you're good. I think to add to that, I think it's anything that's outside of the taboos, and horror does that to a degree, but I feel like your extreme horror, your disturbing movies, they go past even that comfort zone. We expect to see blood and gore. We expect to see death. We, like you said, don't expect to see a child hurt. They're supposed to be safe. We don't expect to see an animal hurt. And I think especially when it crosses the line into something that's real, so therefore like snuff films, anything where the animal was really hurt, anything, I think even something like Twilight's in the movie where people were really killed on set can go into that area. And it is subjective as far as what a lot of people, what's going to bother you and what's not, but it's also a lot of those things that we're not allowed to talk about. So a lot of the Nazi films, there's a whole subgenre of disturbing Nazi films. Sex that's anything other than your basic like
vanilla.
3 or 4 basically. Anything with extreme sex, and a lot of horror movies will imply things. So they cut away for the sex scene, they cut away for the violence, but any movie that's going to show you in graphic detail what is happening to the human body, in asexual or violent or there's so many things. Body horror.
Body horror. I was just thinking that body horror really. Yeah, Shrouds is a movie that just came out that is actually really, and some people have actually said that it was really tame, especially considering who was directing it. But if you think about it, it's also psychological, and it's not just the blood and gore and guts and sexual stuff. It can be the stuff where you live and breathe in your heart and in your head that can really fuck you up. Some of the scenes that really fuck me up aren't necessarily graphic; they're just whoa, in your mind kind of way.
Yeah. So, and I also see that we've got Annie and Fiore in the chat and Mr. Flickster. Nice to see you guys. We're talking about messed up movies tonight. So, how do you want to do this? I hadn't really had a plan, but I thought we could kind of do it like maybe ones people are familiar with. We could do that too. Yeah, I am a flexible gal. Not like physically. But you know what? I can hop on this Jen train. Tell me where we're headed and I'll jump on in.
Okay, I guess the first thing, let's talk about disturbing films with children, because that seems to be the thing that most people can't handle, whether it be physical or sexual or both or all of it. And I think we should, I hate to get to one of the big boys, but I guess we kind of have to. I think we should start with Serbian film, because I have a poster in my horror room, and I'm not doing my horror room tonight because bad internet connection, but I have a poster in my horror room with the Serbian film because I fucking love that movie, and I know that's controversial, and somebody left me a comment saying, "Oh, you're a horrible person," and that really angers me.
That's why I bought the shirt, because I've gotten that comment before. Whereas, to be honest, Serbian film really doesn't bother me. It's completely make-believe. The baby looks like a doll. I am much more disturbed by, honestly, as far as
the concept,
I'll take a little segue here. We'll talk about what disturbs us personally, so you guys have a little context. I really am disturbed by ones that are based on a true story, so I'm going to be more upset by something like The Girl Next Door than I am by a Serbian film.
Or American Crime. Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that's going to disturb me more.
I get
anything based on a true story tends to disturb me. And honestly, things that have real animal cruelty. So I'm more disturbed by Friday the 13th than I am by a Serbian film. It breaks my heart every time that they killed that pet snake. That really hurts my feelings. Like, I have pet spiders, and I understand there's a lot of animals that people consider to not be worthy of being animals, and so they're disposable. But the fact that, and I love Tom Savini, but the fact that he thought he had to kill a real snake, somebody's pet that was not given permission for that scene, makes me sick.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I hate that. And that, but then again, one of the things we have to talk about with the disturbing thing is there is a bit of an edgelord element. And so like what's going to shock you, and like things like Friday the 13th or Cannibal Holocaust, where they actually killed real animals, or any of those kind of movies, it always does. And the joke with a horror fan, whether you're an extreme horror fan or not a extreme horror fan, is like, we can see people getting decapitated 7 ways to Sunday and we're just having a blast. But the minute a dog or a cat or a snake or anything like that comes in, we're like, oh my God, they killed the dog.
That's how you know it bothers me, because it was someone's pet, and the guy thought because it's a snake, it's disposable. But would you do that to someone's dog? Would you just reach over and kill someone's dog?
No.
That disturbs me honestly more than Cannibal Holocaust, because they did eat the animals and stuff, and people eat turtles. But yeah, that one it really bugs me. I can't imagine somebody having the audacity to grab someone's pet dog and say, oh yeah, I killed your dog. But it's okay to say I killed your snake. The guy whose snake it was they killed, he was like inconsolable. Like, that just really upsets me. I can't believe somebody would do that to another human being or to an animal. But what is your line? I mean, what disturbs you, Jen?
What disturbs me? You know what? I keep looking. I've been on a mission since I was a kid to try to find
Bitch, I'm gonna disturb you tonight. We're getting there. We are gonna get there.
I guess the one movie that like has me bawling like a little baby bitch, and people who know me are going to go, oh, for fuck's sake, is she going to talk about this movie? But I kind of have to. Red to Kill is a movie that makes me fucking cry, because it's a rape revenge film. And like, I've talked about it on my channel, and I hope you don't mind me getting too personal, but it happened to me when I was 17. So I've heard people go, oh, the rape revenge film, it's the lowest common denominator. It's just trash and exploitative and misogynistic. And there are films like that. But for me, it's also can be very cathartic, because I couldn't go to anybody. I couldn't tell anyone for a very long time, couldn't get therapy. And so movies were my therapy. And like there's another movie that I want to talk about called Bystanders tonight. That's also would be considered a disturbing film. And the very therapeutic though, like, because the revenge part, I needed to get the anger out, and that was about the only way it was other than that to bottle it up. So yeah, but Red to Kill is a movie that it makes me bawl every time.
Let's talk about, we'll get back to Serbian film. We'll circle around back to kids, because this is a crazy train. It has no one track. Let's talk about rape revenge, since I think you never need to apologize. I think rape revenge, it runs the gambit. I feel like the ones that are a little more realistic, because I also had experiences with SA in my life. There's one movie, Violated, which that one upset me, because in that one, a lot of times I feel like when you are the victim of SA, it's somebody you know, and it's in a situation where you're like, well, I must have done something wrong. I must have somehow caused this to happen. It's not usually so obvious as in like irreversible, where you're just attacked by a stranger. And I think that's one of the things that's hard about it. And in the movie Violated, she's like drinking with her friends and stuff, and I think they kind of pass out. And then the next morning, he just decides to SA her. And then acts like everything's completely fine, like it's in her freaking head. And of course, she does get her revenge. But that was one of the ones that disturbed me more so, I think, because it was so realistic.
Yes, anytime it's realistic. And like you said, that's a good point to make, because we always think it's okay, someone that just, grabs you from a dark alley or something. But like you said, a lot of times it's somebody you know, someone you trust, or someone maybe you don't know super well, but you go out on a date with, and things happen. And there's always a sense of shame and victim blaming on yourself. You think, well, maybe I did this or said this or wore this. That's a problem. And a movie like that is I've seen it. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It is very disturbing. and very, like, again, and do you think there is a point to the rape revenge? Did you find some therapy in it, some therapeutic cathartic things in it?
I think there's a lot of things people can get out of rape revenge, and I think there's good rape revenge and bad, so I'm not going to say as a subgenre it is good or bad, because I definitely want to talk about some when we talk about this that I think are trash. I think there are some that are good, and honestly the best ones tend to be made by women, but there is a difference. So I'll give you an example of one, and we'll start with an unpopular opinion. I truly hate the movie I Spit on Your Grave. I think it's exploitation shit, and I know that's an unpopular opinion.
I knew you did.
But the reason I feel that is the woman who stars in it, her husband made it. Her ass is on the cover of the poster. It's not her being victorious. It's her ass. Most of this movie is shot from her ass. So what is this movie doing? This movie is putting us in the point of view of rapists. This movie is trying to get us to be in the rapist point of view. And I don't want that from a rape revenge film. I want to be in her position. And yes, that's unfortunate when horrible things happen to her, but then you have that cathartic moment where she gets her revenge. On top of that, this movie is asinine. It was clearly written by a man who thinks the only power a woman has is the ability to seduce a man. At the climax of the movie, when she's getting her revenge, it's laughable. One, I mean, an earlier one that's not as bad is she takes a grown man and she's pulling him with a rope and strangles him. Also, the depiction of a person on the spectrum
mentally challenged person
is beyond offensive. On top of that, the movie also tries to get you to sympathize with the guy because he's got kids and stuff. Like, whatever, I give zero shits. If you're capable of doing that, like, I don't care. But the part that really turned my stomach, and I was just like, you know what, this is no longer a movie, this is just crap, is she invites the man who 2 weeks previous nearly killed her, gang raped her with three other men, and invites him to get into the bath with her. Which I've talked to many people who've experienced it say I can't see that being possible. I just don't think it's possible. I know people who years later can't walk down the same aisle of a grocery store with their attacker. To get in the bath with him, and then to add insult to injury, she hands him a gun.
Yeah, I can understand. I've heard this argument before, and I can understand. And I think there are women out there who would never get into or get even just 10 or 20 feet from whoever did what they did to them. But on the other hand, I think the movie explores rage, and like, if you want to get back and hurt someone bad enough, then you can do anything. And for me, that was actually one of the movies that I started out on that I found for me, it was cathartic because she was taking back her autonomy. And yes, it was very much over the top, and I get what you're saying, and it's a valid point, it really is. But there is another part that if you were just so fucking angry and you just want to make them pay, you will do anything, go to the ends of the earth. And I think that's what they were trying to illustrate.
But would you get in a bathtub of that? That to me, it doesn't feel like rage. That to me feels like idiocy. The getting in the bathtub thing.
Rage can be idiocy, though. Sometimes you're so fucking mad you do stupid things. I get you. There's a lot of people who feel that way. I've heard, and
I think there was a time when we didn't have a lot of options for that subgenre, and maybe that's why it's mistakenly, I feel like, put on a pedestal. Because it's not very well made, like I said. But these days we have the movie Revenge. We have the remake of I Spit on Your Grave, which is actually quite good. Yes. We have Julia. We have a lot of really good ones now. So I don't think this one it deserves its pedestal as much. If I know a lot of people who've gotten good stuff out of it, and if it has value for you, that's great. But if we're going to look at it from a filmmaker point of view, like the camera angles he's choosing and stuff, it's not how a rape revenge film should be filmed.
It's not a perfect film. It is not a perfect film. And you're right. There are way better. I think if I met somebody and, had to do it through movie therapy, the movie that I would recommend to somebody who I think is a lot better came out in 2025. It's a movie called Bystanders. Have you seen it yet?
I haven't seen Bystanders. What's that one?
Bystanders, it is so therapeutic. And one of the things I love about Bystanders is it is a movie that is not afraid to use humor. And if you had told me before I had seen this movie that, you know, it's ever acceptable to use humor in a rape revenge movie, I would have been like, Jesus Christ, this is fucking despicable. But it was like you said, it was made by a woman, and not only the writer was also a survivor of it, so who better to know. And what they never use the humor directed at the victim. What they use it toward is toward these fucking pieces of shit who do it to her. And what it is it's wish fulfillment. And we've all been there, right? When you've been held down and you think, God, I just want somebody to come and help me, whoever it be. And this movie kind of answers that in the form of two serial killers. And these serial killers walk in on this girl and they help her. And they also, it's a very good moral thing, because one of them, the girl goes, I want to be like you. And she's like, you don't want to come down this road with me because it's going to destroy you. They basically kill bad people, right? People that have it coming and have it deserved. And that's one thing I find fascinating about it, because revenge is something that, yeah, you might get the person you're going after, right? But it's also going to destroy your soul. And how far is it? And that's one thing I love that we're exploring in these revenge movies. It's not just about getting back at them. It's about also how much are you going to go? How much humanity are you going to lose for doing this, for, you know, for getting even, and for what revenge means?
I think another aspect of it is understanding how much you can take, you know, going through the absolute worst thing and then finding out you can take even more, that you can go to places that you didn't think were possible. I do think the remake of I Spit on Your Grave is really good. The original remake, I know. And here's the thing that drives me crazy is I've seen a lot of reviews where they're like, she was too violent. I felt sorry for the rapist. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
No, if you feel sorry for the rapist, yeah, exactly. If you feel sorry for the rapist, then fuck off, because you can't. And I always get angry with men who, you know, go, okay, well, they're being just as inhumane as the rapist. No, fuck you. Unless it's happened to you, shut the fuck up. That is like a big pet peeve of mine. Unless you've been held down and done things to, shut the fuck up. You don't get a say. You just don't.
I agree. I think let's see. Another one I wanted to talk about. I do like the movie Revenge. I think a lot of people have seen that one. I like that. That's one of the ones that has been directed by a woman.
The same
like that one.
She did the one with Deneen Moore as well.
Yes. There's also, I mean, it's in the same subgenre, but rape revenge films against men. I mean, Deliverance. That's like a mainstream movie.
But see, the thing with that subgenre, though, is that there's a lot of people there's still people out there who believe if you're a man, it can't happen to you. That's one of the things I find interesting. There's still people out there who go, oh, no, men can't get, you know, it can't happen to men.
I think with male rape revenge films and female ones, they're exploring different things. At least that's my take on it. In women ones, I think it's someone taking away your power and making you feel powerless. And then the second half of the film is discovering that you do have power and you can fight back. That, you know, even though there's more of them and they're stronger than you, you have power. You can use weapons for starters. With men, it's, especially like in Deliverance and another movie I want to talk about, Calvaire, they're emasculated. They have had their manhood taken away and they need to re-embrace that. So Deliverance is one that I think a lot of people have seen, and the way they're completely emasculated by these people. And Calvaire, have you seen Calvaire? So that's a French film.
I have seen Calvaire.
Yeah, so Calvaire is a French film. I think that one's a little more obscure, so I'll go into a bit. This guy is like a traveling entertainer, and he's quite good with the ladies. And he goes to this small town, and his vehicle breaks down, and to make a long story short, this guy ends up taking him in, but decides he is going to use this man as a replacement for his wife. This guy is going to be his new wife. He's going to wear the dresses, he's going to do all these things, do all the things that he expects his wife to do, which it's psychologically upsetting, it's physically upsetting, the things that they put this guy through, and he has to kind of reclaim his identity in order to get out of the situation.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant film because, again, men are the one thing that I love about extreme horror is it also does social taboos as well. And like, we're getting better. We're getting more of an enlightened society, right? But there's still, you know, a core down, there's still things that, okay, men do, and there's things that women do. And I love it when these films come along and really show it in the black and white. And that's one thing I love about this movie, is it really shows. And it does it degrade a man for having to do these, you know, not just the sexual stuff, but all the stuff. Like, does it make you less of a man? And I love it when it makes you wrestle with these kind of questions.
And I think with both of them,
and I'm not a guy, so
it's a crime that, particularly when a lot of these movies were made in the 70s and 80s, it's not a crime people were sympathetic towards, because you had to have asked for it. You did something wrong. You know, like in I Spit on Your Grave, you know, they think she's this hoity-toity big author who's come there and she's better than them. So they're like, we're going to make you see that you're not better than us. A lot of these ones, sometimes it's, you know, Deliverance too. They're from the city and now they're in, you know, the country. So a lot of times they're trying to equalize them with violence. Just checking in with the chat here. Eric says it's not necessarily the plot of Deliverance. It is the plot of I Spit on Your Grave and Pulp Fiction. I just mean essentially the essay part of it. And Mr. Flixer says, I recently rewatched the original Silent Hill. It's disturbing how the janitor is a PDA. Oh, I see what you're saying. Who abused Alyssa. Yeah, that is messed up. One movie I think that doesn't get enough credit, and I hope you don't mind that we're hopping around here so much. One movie that I am really surprised. Okay, so again, I have unpopular opinions when it comes to this particular subgenre. I won't go to, we can talk about it later, but Contracted, I think, is really good. So Contracted, I think, is good. Our main character in there is gay. So she is, her partner isn't sympathetic at all because it's a man. And so her partner is like blaming her, like, you must have wanted it. Nobody takes her seriously, even though she was, you know, essayed by this guy. And the plot is that he's also been doing this necrophilia stuff to dead bodies, and so he's contracted this zombie virus and he gives it to her, and so she's dealing with the fact that nobody believes her, nobody's sympathetic with her. Her boyfriend, her girlfriend, is basically planning to leave her. Meanwhile, her body is doing some really messed up stuff, like she's got maggots coming out of her vagina. But yeah, her mom, everyone is basically saying, this is your fault, you did this, you were drinking, you went to that party. Yeah, victim blaming is a fun thing with this. And again, I love these movies because victim blaming is a real thing. Like, we get these Lifetime movies where, and some people are lucky enough to have families that support you. You have a good support system, but a lot of people don't, and people will look at you and go, oh, well, you were just being a fucking whore, you had it coming, girl, you know, if you had kept your legs closed, this wouldn't have happened. We've heard this time and time again, and society is getting better. But I love it that, and then, you know, maggots coming out of your vagina, almost you could say, oh, this is your punishment, this is what you reap what you sow, is basically what they're telling you. And it's that's not a good message, but I love how it's kind of reflecting back. Horror always reflects back to social and taboo, and I think it's brilliant. I actually really like the movie. I actually think it's one that doesn't get celebrated nearly enough. I agree. Are there any you want to talk about? Because there's some different kinds of ones that I want to talk about, so I want to kind of segue into that area.
There's two there's two. One, I guess, to go back to the men thing. This isn't exactly, but it kind of is. It's one. Old Boy is one that doesn't get talked about enough.
Yeah,
and
Old Boy's a whole.
It's not exactly great. Yeah, it's not exactly right, but basically the plot of the movie is
a
revenge, and it's
film,
also
though.
about revenge.
And they use sex as a weapon. Well, talk about Old Boy. Tell them about Old Boy in case they're not familiar with it.
But Old Boy is a movie that's basically about you don't know what the hell's. It's another movie that gives it to you in chunks, and he's locked up in this room, and he gets let out, and he gets back to, you know, and he finds someone. He finds like this love of his life. Only she's a little young, but not creepy young, just a little young. And then you find out, oh shit, it's his daughter. And
the whole setup is him being in this room he's in this, okay, so this guy, he's like a normal guy.
Locked in this room.
Yeah, he's like locked in this room for 20 freaking years. And they feed him, they keep him alive, they knock him out to give him health services. And he doesn't know why for 20 freaking years. And then he gets out and, like you said, he meets a girl.
Yeah.
And then he starts following all these clues to find out who put him there. And he just wants to know why. But the big reveal in this is messed up. But it's got a lot of fight scenes. So it's like part action movie. But psychologically, I think the ending is pretty disturbing. And, you know, that's another taboo we didn't talk about is incest. That's another thing that happens in a lot of these disturbing films.
Yes, it does, and there's the incest is a whole category onto itself, and it's really fucked up. And this is another movie, not only with the incest, but you can almost, when you find out why this is happening to him, you can almost, like, the person that did it to him, of course, went a little too far. But you go, well, at least they have a goddamn good reason. You can actually almost have some sympathy for the person when you find out the reason as to why it's happening.
So we're gonna spoil Old Boy here.
To a degree.
Huh? I don't think they had. I think that guy needed to get the fuck over it. Is what I think he needed to do. Because, like, what the fuck?
You didn't have any sympathy?
No, not for what he did. So I'm gonna spoil Old Boy here, so you can mute it if you want. The end of Old Boy, he goes through all this shit, and the guy he finds out that did it, he doesn't even fucking remember him. He went to school with him. And what happens is at one point, he caught the guy who's imprisoned him as a teenager in high school making out with his sister. And then he tells a bunch of people, and then the sister kills herself. And that's it. That's why he kept this guy for 20 years, fed him, provided medical care for 20 years. And then the guy, the Old Boy guy, he gets out, and I think he thinks it's evening the score. The young girl he's with, he finds out that's his daughter, and they have had sex. And the movie ends with him doing this thing to essentially, like, erase his memory of it. And he never tells her that he's actually her father. So he's just going to continue this relationship with her. But no, I don't think the guy should have spent 20 years. If he wants to kill him, fine. But 20 years? Dude, get a hobby. What the fuck? I guess that is his hobby. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm an only child, so, like, but I've been told that the sibling bonds can be very, very strong. So I did have a tiny, like, he went a little far. Not saying he didn't go a little far, but I had a bit of sympathy.
I have two brothers. Never had an inkling of any of that. I mean, I think. Yeah, I think the guy handled it wrong. He probably should have gone and sought help, because there's obviously that's not healthy. That's not, something's going on in that family. But the time it was and everything, I honestly think the guy should have maybe been like, hey, why am I having sex with my sister? Maybe that's a messed up thing. Maybe I should question my sexual proclivities.
You can make a good point. You make a good point. It's a movie, though, that Old Boy is one that doesn't get taught. Like, a few people know it, but it's one that, a lot of people, it's gone under your radar. It's a movie you guys should definitely check out.
It's very, very well made. Yeah, it's a good movie. As far as go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep interrupting you, and I apologize.
It happens, dude, when you're having a conversation. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I was going to look up the person who made Old Boy really quick. It came out in 2003. It's Park Chan-wook. So, yeah, very good movie. I think I mispronounced the name, too, and I apologize. Go ahead.
I mispronounce stuff all the time. Another one that I think, and I know because you said you haven't seen it, and I would highly recommend you get on to seeing it, would be Red to Kill. And again, another rape revenge film. And what this film is, and what I think is really brilliant about this film is, it's about a mentally challenged girl, right? And she loses her father. She doesn't have a mother, and so she has to go into the system. And this social worker is, like, at the end of her rope. We open with this movie. We can
pull up the posters.
It's okay. The mother, we open up this movie where the mother is she's also has a mentally challenged child, and she just can't take it anymore. And she ends up killing her, throwing out the kid out the window. And we see this social worker who just is like, oh my God. And on top of this, there are women getting killed. And the one common denominator about these women is they're always wearing red, hence Red to Kill, the title. And so like the social worker, and it's a bit cliche, she's like, okay, I've had it, I'm leaving. And they're like, okay, you got to give 2 weeks notice. And in this time, she meets this mentally challenged girl, and it gives her a new lease on life. She falls in love with this girl, and they become really, really close. But remember, there is this killer going around who hates to see women in red. And you find out that the killer also is working at this this facility for mentally challenged people. And he has his eyes set on this young girl, and he has this whole backstory too. And eventually this poor girl makes the mistake of wearing red and gets assaulted. And there's this wonderful scene, and if you've been through it, what I think is so good is it's universal. If you've been in this situation, you'll feel it, where after it's happened, the rape is brutal in itself, but it's not the rape that'll make you just completely go. It's when she's in the tub and she's saying dirty, dirty, dirty. And it's like, even somebody who might not be able to mentally has the same mental capacity as other people, that's how you feel. It's a universal thing. You just feel sick and dirty, and she is scrubbing, and she cannot get herself clean enough. And the social worker does the revenge for her. And like I said, there's a lot more to it, and I won't spoil it. I highly recommend you seeing it. And it also explores the court system, because basically, much like I Spit on Your Grave tried to show it in that movie, especially at certain times in certain places, the court system will kind of rape you again. Especially, it's getting better, but it's still, you still can be kind of raped again through the legal system. And it shows a courtroom scene, and it's like, because she's mentally challenged, she probably was asking for it. She's a little slow, but it's still her fault. And it's a really powerful scene. I highly recommend checking it out.
Rocky. And hey, Cinderella, May, it's nice to see you here in the chat. I'll have to check that one out.
I'm so sorry if I'm going on too much.
No. No, I haven't heard of that one, but it sounds intense. A movie that I think is just the revenge and it's just revenge, really. I mean, I guess there's also the kind of movies where somebody's family has been killed, like their husband or wife and their child. And a lot of times those are more action movies. Think of something like Peppermint or even Death Wish. But one that I think definitely belongs in the disturbing movie category is I Saw the Devil by Kim Ji-woon.
Yes.
This movie,
oh my God,
it's a whole other level. Like it's insane. This is the ultimate cat and mouse. Yeah, it's this man.
I love this movie.
Do you want to talk to him about what it's about?
It's basically it is a detective story. It is a crime. It is revenge. And it also is darkly funny. The line that always cracks me up is, "There's a lot of sick people in this world," and it starts out. It really reminds me almost of kind of like a Dirty Harry kind of movie, because and it's an attention getter. It's a movie that I call it's an attention getter, because how we start out the movie, with a murder right away. It's very good. And basically it's about this guy who's going to go through the ends of the earth. No matter what happens, he's going to, again, it shows you about how revenge can wreck your life too, because he's basically loses everything by the end of this movie to get revenge. And it's a hell of a movie. But again, there are some sprinklings of some dark comedic tones in this, and it's a movie that everyone had told me you need to see this movie, Jen. And like usually the hype is usually you get let down. This is a movie the hype didn't do it justice.
So essentially at the beginning of the movie, this guy's, I think it's his wife, and I believe she was pregnant, is brutally she's brutally essayed and killed in a horrific way. And this really young guy is just completely shaken. He's lost everything. And the person who killed her didn't know her. He's just this serial killer, and he's just like an animal. He just kills people for the fun of killing people. And this guy, he has dedicated himself to making this guy, he wants to make him afraid, which is really hard because this man is not afraid of anything. And so he devises ways to get revenge, but he doesn't what I think changes him is he doesn't really want it to stop. He does a lot of catch and release because he wants this guy to suffer. So he doesn't just want to shoot him. He wants him to suffer. And yeah, he goes into just the depths of depravity in order to do that. And by the end of it, you know, like you said, he has nothing left. He's completely broken. And to watch this from a psychological standpoint is intense, but I mean, it's also very gruesome and graphic as well. And it's also strangely beautiful. I feel like that's a weird thing to say, but it's shot so well.
No, I totally get you, and I would totally agree with you. It is a beautiful. Well, I mean, gore can be beautiful. Like, you know, so that there's beauty in it too. As weird as that sounds, there's beauty in gore and horror and stuff like that. Otherwise, people like us probably wouldn't get turned on by it the way we do. Not in a sick way, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Randy says I shouldn't say these things out loud.
You can say whatever you want. I'm just kind of forming what I was thinking of. I will say, as far as these revenge films go, because I feel like it is kind of one of those subgenres, because I kind of want to go into other stuff. It is one of those subgenres where very rarely do you see anything different. I think Revenge was the last one I saw that was somewhat unique, and it's mostly just because you could tell that a woman made it. So it had a lot of different aspects to it. And unfortunately, there are some other good ones made by women, but like you mentioned, Bystanders, that just haven't gotten the mainstream attention that one did. But I will say there hasn't been a lot of deviation in the rape revenge movie. One I thought was really, really good, and I don't know if we would call it disturbing, but I think as far as it tackling this was Promising Young Woman, which doesn't actually have any killing in it at all. But I feel like this movie did a better job of the revenge, and B, pointing out how so many people can be complicit without actually committing the act. I thought it was really good. So this woman, she will go, her best friend was gang raped in college, and then she killed herself. And so now she's kind of gone out to not get the people like, you know, who are just going to go grab somebody on the street, but the people who think that they're nice guys, who think that they're not bad people. It was just one time. It was just one night of fun. That's why it's called Promising Young Woman, after the young college boy who was such a promising young man. We can't ruin his life for 20 minutes of fun. And so she goes out of her way to appear drunk at bars. And have you seen this movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have seen this movie.
She'll appear drunk, and then she'll take the guy home, and then as soon as he starts to you know, do something sexual to her, when obviously she's passed out drunk, then she looks at him stone cold sober and says, "What are you doing?" Like, calls him out on it. And a lot of times they backpedal, like, no, I wouldn't do anything, I'm a nice guy. But then she starts to go after the people specifically responsible for her friend. And it's not just the people who were in the room. Yes, it was the people in the room, but the people who just stood there were also complicit. They didn't say anything. They have a girlfriend, like a female friend, who filmed it. And she's like, well, she was asking for it. You know, that wouldn't happen. That couldn't happen to me or anything. She goes to the dean of the school, who let the guy off with a hand slap. And, you know, she finds creative ways of going after these people. So like that person, she tells her, yeah, I took your daughter down to this place, and she's with these really skeezy guys. She didn't actually do that, but she made this woman afraid, you know, to put her in that position, because it could happen to anybody. You don't ask. Nobody asks for this kind of thing to happen to them. And I thought this movie was really good.
I've seen it, and I get the execution left a little bit to be desired for me. I'm a little bit more someone, I like a movie. It was all right. I got what they were doing, but it wasn't a movie that I was particularly, I didn't love it the way some people did. But I get why it was a good idea. It just wasn't completely executed, and I kind of found that unbelievable, like that she would just go, okay, why are, you know, would kind of possum them, basically, you know, fool them, and then, you know, go, why are you doing this to me? It needed a little bit more bite for me. It just needed a little bit more bite, but I get it. But that was a very divisive movie. I know some people were kind of on your camp, and then there were some people who were like, okay, but it's a movie that needs to be seen. I do agree with you there. I think it's a movie that needs to be seen. And it's a movie you don't hear talked about a lot, even in the rape revenge genre.
I liked it a lot because I feel like it actually, like, again, like Violation, it actually is exploring what that person would really be feeling and stuff, and not making it so much of a fantasy, but a reality that is a lot more believable and is going to actually have people have conversations with people, because so many people are thinking, you know, I would never do that. Either that would not happen to me, because I wouldn't do that. I'm not somebody who gets, you know, passed out drunk, and I think most people have. Or I'm a nice person, I wouldn't do that, you know. But just because somebody, you know, is drunk, that's not the same as consent. So I thought it was really good. But
give them the right.
Yeah,
I like that idea. I just wish they would have went a little farther with it.
Like farther how? Like having her actually kill people?
But I like the a little bit like kill. Yeah, for me, I am an angry. I have a lot of rage and anger. So for me, yes, that would be the route I would go. And I just know that, you know, if it was someone, I would want them. A movie that I think kind of like, in a way, Hard Candy is a movie that I really dug. Is a movie
let's talk about Hard Candy.
The revenge route. And I know. And that's another movie that people have also said, oh, that's not believable because she was such a young girl. You know, it was a young girl at the time. And I always thought, you know what? No, I've known people, and not every girl, but there are girls that are smart enough that could have pulled it off too. And what I like about this movie is she makes mistakes. Like they don't make her like a super smart villain. Like she makes mistakes with it too, which I thought was very believable. And I love the Red Hood.
I feel like with Hard Candy and Promising Young Woman, the reason it works is because they are so underestimated. Because nobody thinks they could fight back. They think that they have all the power, and this girl, like in Hard Candy, she drugs them, and she has them like tied to a table. But I like how she's messing with him psychologically. Like, she is a lot smarter than this person. So, and again, it's another one like Promising Young Woman where she's getting revenge for somebody else, which I thought was pretty good. Another one,
that's
and this one,
that movie works for it.
This one, I don't think anyone's seen this, but this movie is wild, and it is somewhat based on a person's real experience. So have you seen Felt?
I haven't seen that one.
I love me movies where dongs get cut off. So if we're going to go violent, let's have some penectomies. Why not? You know, why not? So
yeah, exactly.
Felt is really good. This woman has been sexually assaulted, and it messes her up to the point where she's like trying to express it in a way. So she does a lot of really strange art, like with dongs, and she makes like a giant like curtain thing that looks like a vagina. Like she just seems really odd. She will also put these masks on and go into the woods and like, you know, make all these noises and stuff. But it starts to become a separate alter ego. So there's her, and then there's the person she is when she puts on this costume. Because, like, she's a seamstress and stuff. That's why she does all these costumes and stuff. So she has this, like, separate entity. And they become, like, there's, like, the part of her that is all the rage and that is all the pain. And then the part of her is, like, trying to just be a normal person who's not defined by what happened to her. And she seems like a really sweet, happy girl. And eventually it gets to the point where, yeah, there's another poster where it has scissors on it. There's a penectomy, but I don't want to spoil it, but it was good.
I'm going to definitely have to check it out. I have not seen it.
Yeah, it's a lot more exploring the psychological aspect of it, which I think is good. But again, that's something I feel like some of those films are missing. Again, I Spit on Your Grave. I'm just like, okay, psychologically, that's just not going to make any sense. Whereas this one, especially the slow build up to it, makes a lot more sense to me. So it's not as gruesome, but I definitely think what makes it so disturbing is how it really draws it out and it feels really realistic.
I get you. You know, you just made me think of another film that I think does that. It's exploring a different topic, but it's also very much psychological. Have you seen The Woman, or have you read the book by Jack Ketchum?
Okay, that's a great one for this list. That's a great. I mean, honestly, holy shit. Yeah. Lucky McKee does not
the
fuck
woman.
around. That movie, I don't even know where to start. And that's another thing that it's explored in some of these movies, and especially in The Woman, is who are the monsters here? Who's the
monster.
animal? So The Woman is a sequel to The Offspring. Have you read or seen the movie The Offspring? So this woman...
Oh, yes. I'm a big... Jack Ketchum is my favorite author. So, yeah. Very familiar.
Jack Ketchum's a lot for me. But Pollyanna McIntosh
I
is the
love
woman.
Jack
And she was part of this cannibalistic family cult. Ooh, from here we can segue to cannibals. Nice. She's part of this cannibalistic cult where, they just eat people and stuff, but that's what they do for food. I guess it's not much different than if you lived out in the woods and you killed deer. It's nothing personal. It's just how they live. It's a lot like the family in The Hills Have Eyes. At any rate, this is a sequel, and this very conservative, Republican-y Christian family who they think that they're, back to the basics and old-fashioned values, which usually makes me nervous.
Me too.
The father finds this woman and says he's going to civilize her.
Captures her.
So he takes her, he chains her up in the basement, and, at first it's just hosing her down, but really intense. And then he starts to mutilate her, SA her, all these things. He gets his son involved in it. And then you start to find out the extent of this man's depravity. Like, on the outside, he looks like Walt Beaver. But he is SAing his daughter. He is beating his wife. He has this woman kept in the basement. He is a monster. And so even though you look at him and you think, a great American dad, and you look at her and you think a monster, I think really the roles are reversed in this movie.
Oh, very much so. And it's not the husband is, and I love how because at the beginning of the movie, you think, that he's this outstanding citizen, just this perfect 9-to-5 lawyer type guy, right? And then the most sickening thing is when he encourages his son, and I'm like, it's kind of
like how people pass it down. They pass these things down through generations.
Exactly. Yeah, well, we learn from our parents, right?
Yeah,
we learn from our parents, and he's teaching him to be the man he's going to be, right? But not only that, but we also have to talk about the mother in this thing. And I have sympathy for her because she was beaten, and a lot of women are. And I get that. But the minute they touch my kids, that's when I lost sympathy, because there's a part of her where she knows what's going on. You touch my kids, motherfucker, you're dead. You're fucking dead. And so, what happens to the mother in this movie, I don't have that much sympathy. It's fine to take it for yourself, but you never let a son of a bitch touch your kids. Or at least that's how
did you know there's a third one?
And I just didn't have any sympathy for her.
There's a third movie too.
Oh yeah,
called Darling. It's crazy. And I think what's interesting about this movie is it does make you question things and make you question where's the line, and do you I don't sympathize with the woman either. I've seen Offspring. She's brutal. She's a monster, but she does not deserve what happens to her. And I don't think anybody's brutality is justification for being brutal yourself. I don't think being inhumane is something that we can ever justify. And I guess that's why a lot of rape revenge films don't work for me, because with the exception of self-defense, I hate it when people say it's animal. They're so animalistic. Animals don't do that. Animals don't have revenge, despite what Grizzly 2 tells you. Animals don't. An animal will mourn the loss of a child or something. An animal will fight back, but an animal will not keep a man for 20 fucking years in a room. And so, but we all have different ideas on what is humane and what is justified and what we would do in these situations. And that's what I think these movies do, is they encourage a lot of introspection, but also a lot of good discussion.
Self-exploration.
Yeah.
Very much so, and a lot of self-exploration about what would you do. In the book, there's a line because she thinks if she gets pregnant by this guy, she'll kill the baby immediately because she doesn't want anything of him coming into the world. And some people would be horrified. Again, we're even kind of even going to abortion in a weird way because like some people would go, well, it's not the baby's fault. And I thought that was such a smart thing. Ketchum was just a fucking genius. And Ketchum, like you said, you love real life, true crime horror. Well, The Girl Next Door.
I didn't say I love it. I said it disturbs me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I love Jack Ketchum, so I assume everyone else does too. He's like my favorite.
He also did The Girl Next Door, which that's one I saw that really messed me up. By the way, is my mic too loud? I'm just checking.
Not for me, but
okay, just checking. There's actually 2 Girl Next Doors. It's not the one with the porn star. So, no,
there's another one. American Crime, I believe it's called.
Yeah, well, no, there's 2 movies called The Girl Next Door is what I'm saying. There's a comedy film too, so don't get it mixed up. But no, there is one called An American Crime with Elliot Page in it, but this is based on a real story, and that is one of the parts about it that I find somewhat distasteful. I don't know how I feel about when entertainment films are made based on real stories. I don't know how I feel about like the Monster series right now with Netflix. Like, there are still people who are alive who are mourning people that like Jeffrey Dahmer killed. There are still people who are affected by these things. And I don't know if we need to re-traumatize these people. And I also don't know if we need to be entertained by horrible things that have happened to people. On the other hand, I understand the curiosity. I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yes, it's a very fine line between true crime entertainment and like wanting to know and then forgetting that these are people. This is somebody's brother. This is someone's mother, sister, whatever. These are people. It's real life. And I think that these films do tackle it. And it's always asking a question about where it is. And you see a lot of true crime podcasts and a lot of true crime YouTube content too. And like I'm interested because I am interested in serial killers, but there's interest and then there's going too far. And actually a movie, and this is going to make me sound really stupid, this isn't the movie's job or anything. This is a completely over the top, but Terrifier 3 actually kind of shows that with the whole podcaster, talking about, oh, well, your family, and like people are looking at her like, dude, that happened to him. And it's not big commentary, but even a movie like that is kind of digging into that whole aspect.
And that's, I think, what I find disturbing about it is it ends up making people blur the line between what's real and what's fake. And then you start to view people like Jeffrey Dahmer as a movie character. He's not Freddy Krueger. You can enjoy Freddy Krueger. You can have Freddy Krueger on your wall. If you have Jeffrey Dahmer on your wall, I don't really have any respect for you. That is a real person who hurt people, who is not someone who's to be celebrated. I don't get the people who have like Charles Manson t-shirts. One time for horror addicts, they sent us a box and it had a pillowcase in it that had like Ed Gein and Gacy and stuff. And I was like, are you like, that's disgusting. It really bothers me because these are not people though out there. Slasher heroes. These are slasher killers that we can have fun with. It's not Art the Clown. It's not Jason Voorhees. These are real disgusting people. So you can be fascinated by them, but like the fandom, the people who are like, oh, I want to marry the Night Strangler or whatever. Like I don't get that. Night Stalker.
And that man had a lot of the man had a lot of followers, and there were women that were just went weak in the knees. When the Jeffrey Dahmer thing, a lot of people did fucking costumes of it, or were talking about how fucking hot they were, and that's going too far. You definitely, you got to have some sensitivity, bro. You got to have a little compassion, a little humanity, and remember, this isn't for entertainment. These are people that are dead, that are never coming back. Dead is dead. Once you're gone, you're gone. And you got to think of the families and the people that are left. They've already been through enough. It's like throwing some more salt and bleach on the wounds.
But then I watched it, so I'm part of the problem. So The Girl Next Door, this is one where I'm very rarely like outwardly affected by movies, but I cried for like a good 10 minutes after this, and then I was like, I'm gonna be a social worker, and seriously, this movie broke me for like a day. I was really upset, and I'm torn on how I feel about it, and I'm torn on how I feel about Jack Ketchum, because on the one hand I feel like this movie has good aspects to it. On the other hand, I feel like that's the hard thing with these. Where's the line between it being exploitive and it being something that has something beneficial to offer? So if you guys haven't seen this, it's based on the true story of Sylvia Likens. So there are some differences in here. And also that's also where I feel like the true story of what happened to Sylvia Likens was bad enough. We didn't have to make up stuff. But I guess I'll tell you the real story in a nutshell is Sylvia Likens' parents were carnival workers. And so they traveled from town to town. Her and her sister were sick of that. And so there was a nice church lady in their town who said that they could live with her, and they did. And then this woman proceeded to just torture her, including letting the neighborhood boys put out cigarettes on her and, SA her and other horrible stuff to the point where she died. And it is horrifying because at one point the girl got a note to a policeman who didn't do anything. He just showed it to the woman who ran the house. It's horrifying because a whole bunch of young boys just treated this like it was something fun you do in the basement. It's horrifying for a lot of reasons, and especially because at the time, this happened in the 50s, people were like, well, that doesn't happen in a nice small town. And I think that's why telling the story is important, because it does happen. It does happen behind closed doors. You don't know your neighbors, and you can't just assume because somebody seems like a good Christian woman that they are not capable of doing horrible things. Right?
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, see, that's a very strong thing with Ketchum, because look, he also did The Woman, you got to remember. And again, what the Picture Perfect, he basically kind of recontextualized the whole Norman Rockwell thing. With The Woman, you have this, great guy, upstanding citizen, but in the, in the background, he's molesting his daughters, encouraging his son to rape and all of that. And this one, we're basically deconstructing what, like, oh, the 50s were so great. It was such a great time, as long as you were of a certain thing and a certain thing, you were fine. And this was a time when people never got into other people's businesses either. And like, that's one thing, the neighborhood, like, it shows that some people kind of at least had an inkling of what was going on, or that there was some hinky shit, but because you stayed out of other people's business, and it kind of that, and look what happened. And not only was Sylvia Lincoln's the one being abused, but she also had a little sister, which it shows in both of the movies. If you want a more accurate account, go with American Crime. But the Girl Next Door, I would strongly recommend reading the book and seeing the movie. Both of them are really good movies, and they're, like I said, the probably more accurate is American Crime, but The Girl Next Door gets a little bit right too. But it does
controversial part of this that I've heard a lot of other people reviewing it mention is they add a character in here who is the main character, is not the girl it's happening to. The main character is a boy in the neighborhood who he initially sees that she's being deprived of food. And he initially tries to help her, and he kind of just observes a lot of this and is waiting for a chance to maybe do something. And I'm of two minds of this. On the one hand, I can see how, Jack Ketchum reading this, he's trying to find a way in, and instead of trying to tell a woman's story, which he can't possibly understand, he doesn't know what it feels like to be a young girl. So maybe that's not the best way to do it. So he creates a male character, and he does what he would want to do, like try to help and stuff. What he thinks what he would want himself to do in that situation. So on the other hand, it's making it about a boy when this didn't happen to a boy. This happened to a girl who was all alone, who didn't have any friends, who didn't have anyone looking out for her, not even the damn policeman. And so I don't know how I feel about that.
No. I can understand that, but also we're exploring, and a lot of times good people sit back and do nothing, and that's kind of in his regret. And it also focuses in, if you've read the book, it also focuses in, it kind of fucks up his life. He can't make connections with people. And again, you're right, we're focusing on a guy instead of the actual person that it happened to, but we're also exploring what it's done. And like, sometimes doing nothing, when good people do nothing, can be more horrible than evil people doing evil things, if you get what I mean. Sometimes good, I think that's the worst thing to do, is when good people stand by and see what's going on and do nothing, because it's just easier to do nothing. I mean, and that's something that can be applied right now, considering the state of our world.
You could say that he's a stand-in for just society, where a lot of times we know something's happening. We know somebody down the street is beating their kids. We've heard them having fights. We know that man over there is beating his wife, or that woman over there is killing the local cats. But you decide to look the other way because or even look at the movie Halloween. Remember when Laurie Strode's, going door to door and they closed the blinds? So maybe he's a stand-in for those people, that you could be somebody
I think very much so.
Again, I guess it's kind of like in Promising Young Woman. It's going after the people who are thinking that they're good people, but they allow these horrible things to happen, and so they're complicit. So I do think the character in this does the best he can, and I don't think that. But again, maybe he should have gone to the cops himself. But there's also a lot of mistrust of authority figures in this.
But he's also just a kid, you know?
Yeah, and he is a kid, and so I wouldn't blame him. But it's really complicated, and I like that it's complicated and we can explore it. I also like that it shows that women can be abusers too, which is another reason why the woman got away with it. Because nobody believed that a mom would do this.
You just hit the... exactly. And you just hit the nail on the head. You just made me think of another movie. And again, kind of have to tap dance around because the thing, but one of the interesting things about it is taboos, right? And we're socialized to think certain norms. And when a woman is the perpetrator, you just kind of go, because there's certain things. There's a movie called Boy Behind the Door, and I don't want to give too much, but that's a movie that had my jaw on the floor when we get the reveal, because you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I've seen it. I wasn't a huge fan of that one, but it is one where it is surprising.
It never occurred to me.
Hey, Jason.
To me, I think it is disturbing because I was super shocked. I was super shocked because it just, the way we're trained to think of societal, it just didn't occur to me that that could even be a possibility. I know it happens, but in the movie, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So I do consider it disturbing. I would.
Yeah.
Just because of the way we're trained to think that, And there's other movies like that. We could even go into the disturbing category. We need to talk about Kevin. If we're for psychological disturbing horror, that's another one that we could do. We need to talk about Kevin. It's not a bloody or gory movie, but Jesus Christ, because as a woman and a mother, like, that's supposed to be our highest, and I'm not saying it is our highest calling, but it's a very important thing. And when you think you don't love your kid, and maybe the reason you don't love your kid feels that and turns into a psychopath. So is it nature? It's a question, nature versus nurture. And this movie is fucking
The book is really good too, and the way it's told, the order it's told in is really good. But this woman, her son essentially is like a school shooter. He does it with a bow and arrow, but he's still a school shooter. And he's just kind of what you would call a sociopath from an early age, and she knows that, and she never feels connected to him, and she kind of blames herself. But I think it's interesting because when we hear about these people, somebody is their mom, and what are they going through, and how complicit are they? Could she have done something better? Is it nature or nurture? Was he born evil, or was there something she did wrong that made him evil?
Exactly. And you see the flashbacks. And I love how I knew when I read the book before I saw the movie, but I kind of figured out that, I knew where we were going, even though we were doing letters. I'm like, okay, I think I know where we're going. And I was right. But I loved how we were doing this, and we're giving little flashbacks into their life. And, when he's a kid and he tears up, she has these maps and she's really proud of them. And he just throws ink all over them. And, and she gets angry, and again, you feel like there's just this lack of connection from the beginning. And it's interesting because she also has a daughter, but she's fine with the daughter. And what happens with the daughter is also horrific. And the father, and again, we're doing complicity because does the father know, or does he just want this to be so bad? Because he doesn't see anything, and he always is blaming the mother. Oh, you always are, all on this kid's case. And the father is played brilliantly too by, I can't think of his name,
John
but
C.
he's a
Ramsey.
comedic actor. He usually does. Yes, he usually does comedic roles, and he was so good in this because it wasn't his typical shtick. You usually think of him as someone who does stuff with Will Ferrell, and I thought he was amazing in this movie.
Oh, hey, Fiore. Good luck with your classes tomorrow. Fiori's starting classes tomorrow, so good luck. Sending you all the vibes. I'm going to Care Bear stare something to you. That was a Care Bear stare. It wasn't anything gross. You're lucky, all right? You got my good vibes.
Hey, Care Bear stare.
Send some to Fiore.
Yes. Very good vibes. Very good vibes.
Yes. Have a wonderful day at your classes tomorrow. We really just got into like the ick. Another one I actually saw for the first time recently is Don't Torture a Duckling. Which again, it blurs the line between it's disturbing because of what it's about, but it's also disturbing because of how people were concerned about how it was made. So at one point, this beautiful Italian actress is standing buck naked in front of this kid. And so people were like, wait, you didn't actually do that, right? And according to the director, they were never in the same room. But a lot of people were concerned. No. And these kids, these young boys who are just reaching, pre-adolescence and getting interested in girls, and they're, just trying to discover their own sexuality and stuff, they just start getting murdered and showing up all over their town. And I mean, they are little shits. They are. Like, they found a baby that was buried by this woman, and then they undig it. Like, I mean, they're little shits, but they didn't deserve to die. But in that one, it's the priest that's killing them because he's trying to save their souls, like Catcher in the Rye style. Man, shit, man.
Very much so. And again, another like just like with mothers or women that can't be, you would never think, of course, if that usually priests, there's good priests out there, but there also can be bad ones. And that can be very shocking that you would think someone with religious authority could do horrible things. Now, again, happens all the time. There's good ones out there too, but there's also, and I love the shock value. And for the time this movie came out, I suppose that was probably very shocking and maybe even sacrilegious to some.
Hi, Connie. Great to see you here. It's interesting. So I had a boss who worked in Salt Lake City, and he told me he has never seen more disturbing people ever than when he lived in Salt Lake City, the Mormon capital of the world. And he said essentially those people, they look nice on the outside. A lot of people he knew looked nice on the outside. I'm not saying this about all Mormons. I'm just saying his particular experience, the people were all smiling, but he'd find out they were covering up a lot of dark stuff. And Eli Roth actually shared a study once that he said that a lot of horror fans are more mentally well adjusted because we don't have this hidden dark side. We just share the dark side with you guys. And horror fans are willing to explore things like rape, revenge, and you talk about things like incest. A lot of these taboos, we're willing to explore these things, watch movies about them, discuss them. And it's the idea that when people repress something, and you look at a lot of our serial killers, and they were repressed oftentimes in some way. They were told that you're not allowed to have sex. Sex is bad. You're not allowed to do this. That's bad. You're bad. You need to keep that part of yourself hidden. And then those people snap, and then they become monsters. So I think there's some truth to that.
I would have think that there's some truth to that too. And but how many times have you run into people like when I was a kid? Everyone would tell my mom, "Oh, she's weird, Barb. She's gonna grow up." And because I've always dug this stuff. Like this was like my Disney. The way some kids love Disney, I was horror since I was about 4 years old, and I saw American Werewolf in London. There was just something that turned me on. But you get comments, and like we were talking about with the Serbian film, it gets me so irate because there are people, and you think you. We didn't, but we were talking, but we kind of started to, and then we kind of got sidetracked. But there are people out there who think, okay, if you like Serbian film, and I really love that movie, they think, oh, then you must be for baby rape. And I'm like, oh my God, for God's sake.
So let's talk about, because honestly, we've been talking about some heavy stuff. And sometimes here's the thing. I don't think these films are for everybody, and I don't recommend them for everybody. I don't know. With a lot of these films, especially rape, revenge, sometimes I'll tell my husband, he'll want to watch them. We were watching Candyland a while ago, and I was like, you know what? Not right now. Not before bed. I need to be in a certain space.
I love Candyland.
It's
Candyland,
good.
I love that movie.
It is good. Yes. However, I did not want to watch it before bed. I didn't want to have bad dreams. That's something that I enjoy these kind of movies, and I enjoy exploring these topics, but it does make me feel icky and gross, and as it should. But it doesn't mean that it's something everybody needs to explore, and it doesn't mean necessarily that you're not in touch with yourself or that you are a serial killer if you're not willing to. But I think sometimes people are curious about this stuff, and they lock it away. And I think it's a lot healthier to discuss it, to talk about it, to say, yeah, I'm curious about it. This is interesting to me. Psychologically, I find a lot of this stuff very interesting.
Oh, very much so, very much so. And it's been done since the beginning. You can talk about a movie like Psycho or even go back further and do something like Peeping Tom. And at the time, that was very, I guess now it would be tame, but like, having a repression of two sides. Like, again, it's all about repression. And eventually your dominant side's going to win. And, if you don't let it out, there could be some fuckery and a lot of consequences. And it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to turn into a murderer, but it can fuck up your life in other ways too. And I think it's very healthy, but I also get very tired because there are some people out there who just think, oh, well, you like horror, then you must be a fucking axe murderer. And usually horror people are very nice.
They actually usually are. In fact, my name, Gory B Movie, came from my roller derby days. It was my name, and I would paint my face up because my son told me, he's like, you're too nice, because I was going to do like a Ninja Turtle thing, because he was little. And he's like, Mom, you're too nice. They're going to eat you alive. You need to be like bloody mommy and have like blood all over you and stuff. So I do like the Saw makeup, or I would do like a Jason Voorhees mask. I did a lot of different ones. But yeah, I remember one time at an after party, it was one of the ones where I had like blood in my mouth and stuff. And she went up to me. She's like, you're so nice. I'm like, well, thank you. And she's like, no, I didn't think you would be. You're really scary. But I think because in my experience, a lot of people who are really into metal, who are really into horror movies tend to be very nice. Like they don't have to like...
Yes.
Be dicks. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know what the correlation is,
and
but
usually
there's something.
There is. I've noticed with because I know a couple of really big metalheads and stuff, and you would think, but because the music they listen to, but usually they're very soft-spoken, quiet guys in real life. They're very gentle. You wouldn't think so, but they're usually some of the most gentle guys and they're listening to this, rah 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 kind of music, and but they're very quiet and gentle dudes.
I guess it's kind of like the concept of the purge, where you're getting it out of you. You're getting rid of it. You're facing it. You're purging it from your system so it doesn't just rot inside of your body.
How do you feel about, because you're a mom just like I'm a mom, how do you feel about because like my parents they never exposed me. I exposed myself to this stuff. Did you have
you
a limit like
yourself.
What to show
Sorry.
I exposed myself. Yeah, I did. I feel like it. I just wonder, do you think that there's a certain thing, or my parents trusted me. My mom she was very progressive in that. She's like, she can distinguish between reality and fantasy. So I was allowed to watch a lot of fucked up shit pretty early on, but I think it also depends on the kid.
I agree. Also, I want to say really quick to Queric and the Ever Scathed. Yes, we are talking about horror movies, really messed up ones. My parents were both really into horror movies. They not into everything. Like I'm pretty much into every kind of horror movie. Like I just don't have like a certain niche. Like I'm into everything. And my parents like metal music too. And my mother's take on it, there was 3 movies I was forbidden from watching because my dad decreed. I can't watch The Exorcist, I can't watch The Evil Dead, and I can't watch Dawn of the Dead. And so I wasn't allowed to watch those. But beyond that, my mom would essentially say, well, like I remember really young, I wanted to watch Carrie. So she would say, a whole bunch of girls are going to meet me. She would break down everything that happens. You know how we have like those, the YouTube channels that will give you the kill count, or that will break down the disturbing movie or whatever, right? My mother did that before it was a thing. Thank you. She would tell me how many people were going to die in it. If a kid was going to die, if a dog was going to die, if a girl was going to, be beat up, things that she knew that would upset me. Like, well, they're going to be really mean to this girl, and, it's going to be really sad, and she's going to kill a bunch of people. Can you handle that? And I'd be like, yes. I mean, to be honest, I never said no. But then it was my own damn fault because I knew what I was getting into, right? The only time I regretted it was Pet Sematary, where the thing is, the things that really scare me, you can't warn me on paper, because in Pet Sematary, it's Zelda's face, it's her voice, it's her whole character. That scares the shit out of me. So you could tell me her sister's really scary, but it's not until I see it. Or Samara from The Ring used to really scare me, or Paranormal Activity. So that stuff, I don't know if you can prepare yourself for, but yeah, that's how my mom would do it. And yeah, she would trust me. And if I got scared or whatever, that is what it is. But honestly, I kind of miss being afraid of movies. The last movie that really scared me was Paranormal Activity when that came out. And part of it's how I watched that because I got a screener with the original ending. And I was like on this burned DVD, and I was so scared, and I was all alone, and I had a place with stairs just like that. Oh, that movie fucked me up. But I miss that, and I look back at it now, like how fun it was to be scared. Now when I watch a horror movie, I'm like, is this going to be it? Is this going to be the new movie that scares me? And I really get excited, but I've seen so much stuff now that I don't. Something I'm working on right now is roller coasters. I'm trying to get over my fear of roller coasters. And a lot of people say the same thing about roller coasters. Enjoy this part now while you're afraid, because eventually you get kind of numb to it. So... yeah, that's how it is with horror movies. I just tell people, if you're afraid, enjoy that. Because if you watch a lot of horror movies, you won't have that as much. So, I don't know. That's what I've told my kid, and I also break down what's in it.
I think the last...
You can jump in whenever you want.
With
you don't have siblings. You can tell you don't have siblings. Girl, just jump in. I have 2 brothers. Jump on in.
I was raised to be very, very polite, so like but no, with the whole thing with the kiddos, my oldest daughter Velvet, like they started. I was always into them. I've always loved the extreme stuff, so I started out with that kind of stuff. They started out with the Universal monsters, is where they started out, and all the old classics, and they know a lot about it, and they worked their way up. And the one thing that I love about it with my daughter Velvet is we're very different people, and that's like our one commonality. Like horror movies are where we speak. So like when people give the horror movies or extreme movies and just, you know, horror in general a bad rap, like that's like where we can kind of come and where we see eye to eye and where we can really vibe and speak. And with my youngest son, Jake, it's a little different. Like I'm showing him movies, but he's a little bit different. He's a kid that, okay, some movies he can see, some movies he can't, but we enjoy movies and watching. And I like that both of my kids are very much film analysts. They can get symbolisms and the thematics of a film, and I don't have to tell them. They just kind of pick it up. So I'm proud of that. But I just think that sometimes it's cool that both my kids, we vibe with horror. So
yeah, my son, he likes my son's more into murder mysteries. It's less his thing, but I mean, it's cool. It's all right. We don't have to have the exact same interest, but he'll love some of good murder mysteries. So like he loves like Scream and stuff. So when there are things we cross over, and we both love Scooby-Doo. But the other thing about it too is I think horror movies are ultimately a safe place to explore this stuff. I don't think I have the bravery that Clarice Starling has to go face to face with a serial killer and go quid pro quo. But I can watch the movie. I can explore this stuff from a safe place. And like I said, unless it blurs into reality where it's based on something real, I'm able to do that. And I think ultimately with maybe not these movies, because these are pretty disturbing, but with a lot of horror movies, it's a fun way to be scared because you're safe. You're in your own house. No one's going to hurt you. It's fun to, play with the idea of being afraid. Just like when you play hide and go seek and stuff, you get that thrill of being found, but nothing bad's going to happen to you. Just like hopefully being on a roller coaster. But it crosses over to the part where it can really traumatize you when you think something bad can happen. When you start to question, like, what was that noise,
Exactly. I think the last movie when you were talking about the last movie that scared me was the Poughkeepsie tapes. And part of it is I watched it like at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I was all by myself in the house. And like I got up to get a drink after the movie was over. And that's how I knew the movie fucked with me, because I'm like, did I lock the door? And all of a sudden I felt a need to have a gun, because the scene where he's watching him, that creeped me out more than anything in the movie, of just where he was, not when he was doing anything to him, when he was in the house and he was just watching him. That was such a violation. And that creeped me the fuck out. And that was the last time I can remember a movie really doing that.
There is a newer movie called, what is it called? Strange History. It just came out last year.
Strange Harvest.
Strange Harvest. I think if you like Poughkeepsie Tapes, you would like that. I just want to check in with the chat.
Very similar.
Cinderella says, loving this conversations. I can relate so much. Yeah. I think a lot of us here, we grew up with horror and stuff, and we have this relationship with it. all of us lifelong horror fans wish they could have that feeling of being scared by a movie again. It's been so long. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Like when I was a kid, I would have a pillow and I'd hold it up. And the last time was actually because I remember I told you those 3 movies I'm not allowed to watch. I finally watched Evil Dead in middle school. And I was like, this is funny. And that was the last time I ever had the pillow. And I kind of miss it. I miss that. The first time I watched Twilight's in the movie and he has that part where you want to see something really scary, I would hide behind the couch. And then when I finally saw it, I was like, oh, that's kind of disappointing. But it's fun to be scared. You know, with a lot of movies, it's fun.
It is.
And I miss that.
It is.
That you can...
Psychologically, they say when things are bad. So,
yeah.
sorry.
Did we discuss Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer? Yeah, let's talk about that. We'll talk about that in a minute. First, we need to talk about Serbian film. We're doing
sorry. But Serbian film is a great film, and I get people that just fucking hate me for saying it, but I think it's a brilliant film. And basically what now I don't believe the director. He said, we didn't know we were making a controversial movie, and like I love the dude, but I'm like, please dude really, you made a movie where a baby gets sexually yeah, but I get it. I respect his hustle. But what I do believe him on is basically this is just an allegory for, it's a very nihilistic outlook, but it's basically life fucks you from birth until even after you're dead, life keeps fucking you, is basically what the whole theme of this movie is. And it's also the old thing, the old adage of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's what's so heartbreaking about this movie, because our character, he's a porn guy, but he's not a bad guy. He just wants to make a better life with his family, and he has an opportunity to make some serious money, and he goes down a really bad road, but it's not his fault. Like that's I think the most heartbreaking thing of the film.
Yeah,
like there's fucked up stuff in it.
Here's the thing you probably haven't heard about a Serbian film if you haven't watched it. It's beautifully shot. The lighting, the camera, it's very beautifully shot, and the actors are good in it. My friend, she actually has I don't know where the fuck she found it. She has an action figure of Milos. Like, because she loves this movie. But really? I think he is what really carries the movie. And honestly, this movie also reminds me of another film called Kill List, which is an English film. It's also pretty disturbing. The endings of both of them are pretty much the same.
I haven't seen that one.
Kill List, if you like a Serbian film, you need to watch Kill List. Because it's the same kind of thing where things escalate and escalate and escalate. His thing that's starting him on the path is a little different, but it is good, and it is fucked up at the end. It's not as consistently fucked up as Serbian film. So I think the scenes that are most fucked up in this are the ones that combine like the sex and the violence, and I think that's more disturbing than the baby. So you guys, I'm not going to spoil it for you, but yes, at one point somebody has sex with a baby. Here is the thing. The baby looks like a doll. That is the cheapest part of the movie. Like, the baby looks like a doll, for starters. So I think, obviously, and I'm glad it does. I don't want them to use a real baby. I don't want a real baby anywhere near this movie. Like, save the children.
I think we can all agree on that.
I don't think you needed to use a real baby or even a more realistic baby, because just the idea of a baby is enough. I honestly think if the baby was more realistic, it would really upset me. The idea is enough.
Mm-hmm. And also, this is a movie, and it takes, like, from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where you don't see as much as you think you're seeing. It's more, that you see stuff, but you don't see nearly as much as you think you do. I was actually very surprised the first time I initially watched this film, because I thought we were, and I mean, it's I always feel weird talking about this movie, because I'm like, it wasn't that bad, and like, people are like, you're talking about a baby getting raped and a newborn getting raped, and I'm like, I know that, but I was expecting so much worse, and I feel like people are putting me on a list when I'm saying that out loud, but it's true. It's not, and like you said, the baby's not realistic looking either, which
and
helps.
This didn't really
and
happen.
Then we also have a necrophilia.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm much more upset hearing about the guy from Lost Prophets and the things he did than this movie. This is a fictional film. It's just fake, guys. It's just corn syrup and actors. And yes, I think the actor in it is really good, and that's what makes the film compelling, because you really do care for Milos, and it's a tragedy because he is in a society where he cannot win. He can't make enough money to feed his children, his child, and support his wife. And he's just trying to get ahead. But the country, he's in Serbia. You can't, I don't even know if the whole idea of capitalism is really exists in America anymore, but definitely not in Serbia. You can't just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and then be successful. Like, there just aren't those opportunities. And that's what the movie was supposed to be about, and how no matter how hard he tries, he literally just gets fucked. And I think the most disturbing part of the entire movie is not the part where the baby, it's the very end of the movie. So at the end of the movie, you have our main characters and they've all died. And I guess I won't tell you how, but they're all on the bed, and these two people who run this whole operation come in, and they basically talk about, I'll take the little one. They're going to do gross things to their bodies. Like, that just grosses me out. Like Milos, he doesn't bother me because he is horrified. He is having the right reactions to these things, but that these characters are so inhumane, like, that's chilling. I don't know, for you, were any parts of it?
But that's also, some people are actually like that.
Yeah.
Oh, for me, it is start with the little one. Not to piggyback off your answer, but that I always find that interesting that that's not more. And also right before it, when the family, how they die, like you said, won't say how, but like they just all look so fucking shell shocked. Like they're just, like whatever. They're already dead. Like they're dead before they're dead, because everything has been taken from their souls. And that is also a very horrifying scene for me. But and stuff. And not to mention like me, and like you said, Milos was just trying to provide for his family, and it was playing a game that was rigged from the beginning. That's horrifying. Honestly, and also our guy that newborn porn is also a really good actor. The one that's kind of controlling it, newborn porn. I actually have a screensaver that says that's art, because I'm a sick fuck.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I was going to say something else, but I got distracted by the chat. Nice to see you here, Paula. And yeah, Gwar is the same thing. It's a show. Yeah, Paula, don't watch a Serbian film. It's not for everybody, but I agree with what you were saying. I remember not too long after this film came out, I was at a friend's house. I was actually visiting them because they just had a baby. And we were talking about horror movies, and she asked me if I'd seen this. And I said, yeah. And she's like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, because I watched him. It's a movie. It's a movie, right? But then I feel like more people have seen Two Girls, One Cup, and that's real. Right? That ain't ice cream.
I get you. No, I don't. No. But it's a good. I don't understand why people, and also why people think that you're pro all of this just because you watch it. I mean, there's a distinction here, and we're not supporting it. I don't think the movie's supporting what it's showing. It's just telling a story.
I don't think the movie.
That always frustrates me.
See, that's the thing. I think ultimately we need to look at, what is the movie telling us to feel? The movie, a Serbian film, wants you to feel what Milos is feeling. It wants you to be upset that he's going through this. It wants you to be sad about the baby. It's doing that. It's manipulative, yes, but it's doing it to upset you. If you're not upset by it, I'm a little concerned. But the movie is not trying to say, hey, this is a really good time. Unlike some other, the tone of it isn't like Zombie Babies, if you've seen that, which, oh God. But the tone of it isn't lighthearted. It's meant to be a good time. I really have an issue with any movie that has SA in it that does it with a sense of humor. I just find that kind of distasteful. There's a movie called Night of the Living Strange, where there's a venereal disease. I'll pull it up. Night of Something Strange. There's a venereal disease that makes people zombies. And God, it's so gross. Okay, well, let's talk about that, because it's freaking disgusting. This is a movie that I can't even sit through. I will watch. If you were like, hey, Gory, you want to watch a Serbian film? I'd be like, you know what? Sure. I'm not going to eat for a few hours. Let's watch a Serbian film. It's a lovely time with my friend Jen. But if you were like, do you want to watch Night of Something Strange? I'd be like, you can get the fuck out now. There's the door. I absolutely hate this movie. I'm pretty fair to movies. Yeah. I won't just give a movie 1 star because I didn't like it. I try to be fair. Be like, well, you know what? It had good points to it. No, Night of Something Strange, half a fucking star. You can't change my mind. I mean, not only is it super low budget and the acting and stuff's crappy, but so you have this venereal disease that makes people zombies. So, but it makes people want to rape other people, but it's like it's supposed to be funny. but it's not. And you have like a guy eating a tampon at one point, and it's just not. It's just in bad taste.
I remember. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Literally. So, yeah, it is. I remember it. And it made a splash.
Yeah. Somebody watching this and laughing and having a good time disturbs me a lot more than somebody watching a Serbian film and being rightly horrified. Though I would say somebody watching a Serbian film and having a great time would be like probably the most disturbing. However, I have laughed at that baby doll. So I don't know, guys. I am part of the problem. I am part of the problem.
Well, no, it's just we're walking contradictions, and two things can be true at the same time. You know, that's another thing that people tend to forget. Two things can be true at the same time. And, you know, and life is very rarely black and white. Very rarely black and white. But again, that's one of the great things about watching these movies. It makes you confront these things.
Here's an essay movie that you can watch on YouTube for free. Don't watch it, Paula. We're going to protect you at all costs. So this is an Ari Aster movie, and I know we have some Ari Aster fans in here. I know someone mentioned Hereditary earlier. Ari Aster also did Midsommar. I think Ari Aster is a genius. I just think he's fantastic. And again, I kind of hope we're going more in this direction when we do have movies with like essay and stuff, because I think we've done the rape revenge thing to death. And if we want people to continue to ask questions and think about things differently, we need to make different kinds of movies. And this is a different kind of freaking movie. This movie...
Different kind of movie.
And it's a short, too, guys. This movie's like, what? It's just like 15 minutes long. It's 15 minutes I ain't ever going to get back. Like, holy shit. So this movie, and essentially this boy, from the time he's a young boy, like 8 years old, you know, well, Connie, the guy who made Hereditary, made this. From the time he's like 8 years old, sexually fantasizes about his father. And as he gets older, like he masturbates thinking about his father, all these things, to the point where he starts to abuse his father. So, and his father is embarrassed because he loves his son, obviously, but he knows this isn't right and it's hurting him. And I really like what Ari Aster had to say about making this movie. He's like, yes, I could make another movie where somebody horrible does something to their kid, but I want people to think about this in a different way, because people are too normalized to that and they don't think about how the people in these situations feel. So he flipped it around and where it's the son. And it really does make you think about it differently. It's not so easy to just say, well, why doesn't he just go to the police? Why doesn't he tell his wife? Like, there's so much shame there. And the fact that you do love that person, and it's so complex. And this movie in 15 minutes explored it so well. 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes. I will say though,
it's a
I'm a horrible person and I'm going to hell. So there is one part in it that does kind of make me laugh.
Right there with you.
Do you know what I'm talking about? So I feel like a terrible person because I'm like, you shouldn't laugh during these kind of movies. But it progresses. You know, initially he starts just touching his dad and stuff, and his son is now an adult. He's getting married. It's escalating, and the father is afraid of him, and it escalates to where he is taking a bath. And it's not what happens to him. It's just when the son opens the door, the man like screams. And okay, it's kind of funny, guys. But it's not funny. I'm just a bad person. You won't think it's funny because you guys are good people. Connie Clary's a good person. Mr. Flixter's a good person. Quirk's a good person. You guys won't laugh. You won't laugh because you're not me. I'm horrible.
I get what you mean. And no, you're not horrible. And then it's also, we laugh. Sometimes we laugh just because we don't know how else to process it. It's just a way to process it. And this is a genius movie. And he made this, I think, when he was still in film school.
He did.
When he was still in film school, I believe.
I think he might be onto something there. Because there's so much tension in this. You're like, when is it going to just go into full blown? The father cannot keep shoving this under the rug. When is something so bad going to happen that he has to fight back or something? You know, and you're waiting, and then he's in the bathtub, and you're like, oh shit, this is it, it's going to happen. And I think it is. It's just so much tension that when it finally happens, and then he screams, like, I just can't help it. I just start laughing. Oh my gosh.
I've actually known a couple people who have done it too. So you're not alone. If that makes you feel any better, you're not alone. Also, I like the fact that the mother kind of knows what's going on, which adds a whole, and it's bad enough when it's your kid, but like when this is it twists it all the whole way around, and it's just so ick. And this is a movie that you think of Ari Aster, very elevated horror kind of guy, very intellectual guy, and this was an interesting film. And again, it kind of shows, okay, we got down and dirty. It has something to say, but it's not as prestigious as some of his other films.
Am I a terrible person if I play the bathtub part? I need to get a second opinion because I feel kind of crappy about myself for thinking it's funny.
No.
No. Do you guys want to see this? If not, I'm not going to show you anything bad. We're not going to show any SA or anything. It's just this one little part, okay? And I'm not going to, I don't think I'm even going to, we'll see. Okay, let me see here. Display capture. Do you guys want to see this? Oh, God, Claire says no. I'm just going to show you him screaming, okay? Okay. This is going to blow up in my face.
It's nothing bad.
It's not. There's nothing, you're not going to see anything bad. Really? Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Plus, I can only show so much before YouTube gets mad at me. Oh my gosh. I can't believe we're doing this. Yeah. Are you ready? We're talking very little. This is...
I am.
This is it, right?
Well, he'll be looking in the other direction.
Oh my God, this part goes on for forever. So he's in the bath. Let's skip forward.
Put that in your book.
Oh, no. Okay, this is it. Ah! It's going to happen. Oh, it's not going to be funny. I'm just a bad person.
Oh, no! You're not. And also, this is a very cliche horror thing, someone in the bathroom.
It's like Jack Torrance in The Shining.
Exactly. Yeah.
That blew up in my face. I'm just a bad person.
You're not a bad person.
Oh shit! Stop playing it, Haley.
You're not a bad person. You're not. You're not a bad person at all. And again, you're like you said, it's taken from other horror movies.
Yeah. Did you guys? Thank you, Liana. Like new people here, like, what the hell is she doing? It's his face, guys. Come on, that face. Oh my God, it kills me. I'm a horrible person. That's all there is to it.
No.
Oh my gosh.
You're not, and you're a horror person, and so you get the connection for the it's a very standard thing of someone in the bathtub screaming.
Jack Torrance the door open. He flat out jacked it. Here's a picture of him. Oh my God, he Jack Torrance to that door open, wide open. All right. That face, dude. Oh my gosh. Ow. I lost my page. Oh my goodness.
You should make it your screensaver.
My screensaver? I don't put it past me.
Yeah, you should. I think it's cool. I'd be like, oh, that's cool.
Just
I guess I'm not the right person to ask.
I mean, okay. You know what? We're moving past this. Nothing can be done to save me. We're moving past it. He kicked it down. It was wild. It was so wild. So wild.
Another movie that, like, if you
save me.
It's not the same movie. But another movie that made my daughter Velvet laugh, it's a horror. Well, I mean, the premise of it is, have you seen The Coffee Table? That's a movie that made Velvet just go.
Let's talk about it. Oh my goodness.
So the coffee table.
This is one too where you laugh and you feel like you're a horrible person. I laughed a lot in this movie, and I feel like I'm supposed to.
So did Velvet.
And I feel like Velvet and I have a lot in common. Like, that's the funny thing. Like, okay, so that's the thing. Like, I am such a hypocrite because I just said, like, there are some things you can't laugh at, right? And then I'm like here laughing about it. I'm yeah. Don't listen to anything I say. So the coffee table. The coffee table. This bloke, he needs to get a new coffee table. And I get it. I like tacky shit. Look at my house. He finds this coffee table with like these naked ladies holding up this glass table. Is it practical? No. They are having a new baby, but he wants it. He wants his tacky piece of tacky coffee table. And I can't blame him. If it was Godzilla's holding it up, I would be like, Danny, bag it up, pack it into the car. I need me a Godzilla coffee table.
Home.
Yeah, I need that. So I'm not going to judge the guy because he likes golden naked ladies holding up a piece of glass. You know, we all have our things. I'm not going to kink shame here. That's not what I'm about to do. So the wife has the new baby and she kind of treats him like he's an idiot. He is this is like the Simpsons but horror movie version because she's kind of the Marge and he's kind of the Homer and she's like, you're an idiot and I don't trust you with the baby. But she needs a break. So he's like, you know what? I'm not an idiot. You can trust me with the baby. And the coffee table is going to be delivered later today. And the coffee table's delivered and it's all set up and he's so happy with it. And he's holding his baby.
Yeah. And then,
And then...
no baby no more.
The baby is dropped through the coffee table and the baby is killed. And the whole movie, it's kind of like the Telltale Heart because the baby's head... He puts the baby's body in the crib, but the baby's head is under the chair. And you're just like, someone's going to find out about this. And then the wife comes home and you're just like, and he just acts like everything's okay. And then they have friends over and you're just like, when are they going to find out? Right?
Yeah, and like you said, it's also sort of comedic because at the beginning you have this salesperson who's selling this coffee table super hard, and I think it's the wife who asks, "Would you have this in your house?" And after he's like given how great this coffee table is, he just looks at it and goes, "No." I love that. That was so funny. And then I also just love the part about but this movie is funny and then we also have that subplot with that underage girl who like has a thing for him. He's not like encouraging it, but there's that whole subplot too. It's a crazy movie, but it's also horrifying because I mean he is sitting there and they think the baby's fine. It's in a way it's a very interesting commentary because it's like what could happen in a second and you think the baby's alive, right? And then all of a sudden, not alive, but you have to pretend for the people you love. It's a beautiful movie. Velvet didn't like it as much as I did. I really dug it. I thought it was a great movie. And it's
really liked it. The only part I didn't like is because tonally it shifts between anxiety and some gallows humor. But then at the end of it tries to be sentimental. I'm like,
very much so.
You haven't earned that. You can't do that. It tries to do heartwarming. I'm like, you can pull humor off. You can pull anxiety. You can even pull off despair, but don't try to be heartwarming because that's not the movie we just watched. No matter, I don't like when movies are manipulative and they just play the sad music. Like, no, I'm onto your game here. All right. I watched your movie with your booby coffee table. I know what I just watched. You can't trick me.
It's a good movie though, and it's one that like if it's gone under you guys' radar, you definitely should check it out. And if you have kids, I think it'll hit a little harder. Like if
it's on Shudder
because I mean that's one thing universal. Mm-hmm.
Because you can't.
It's a great movie.
You can't undrop your kid through a booby coffee table. You just can't. It's done. It's like the toothpaste is out of the tooth. And it's out of the squeeze thing. You can't put the toothpaste back in. You can't. Yeah. That's what this movie is.
You can't, but it's also horrifying because like as a parent, the movie's smart in a way because any parent is going to be horrified. And like, that's a fear. Like when you're a new parent, you're always afraid you're going to drop him and they don't bounce. They just,
don't show the baby really either. I mean, they show bits of it like but you don't see it in close up. It's not super graphic. It's more what it does to your mind because the filmmaker understands that what we're imagining is so much worse. But yeah, it's definitely that gallows humor where it is really heartbreaking. You do feel for this man. It does give you so much anxiety. Again, I would compare it to the Telltale Heart. Yes. But it is kind of absurdly funny. How do you tell your wife what happened? It's hard. I don't. How do you do that? Like they always say honesty is the best policy, but what do you do? I mean, I honestly think, and it's awful too because the baby's clearly dead. its head is off. All right, it's like that scene in Dumb and Dumber. Just its head is off. So there's no, you can't tape that back on. But I still think, I don't know. Because it's one of those things where like one thing leads to another. Like he probably should have called emergency services right away, and then she would have come home to it, and it would have been devastating. But this would have all just happened. It's the fact that he's trying to hide it. But like, hun, you can only hide this for so long, unless holy balls. So I'm going to talk about a disturbing book here really quick, and I'm going to tell you about it just because it's going to be a disturbing movie. So put this on your radar,
okay,
Jen. You're like, whatever.
Okay, what is it? No, what is it?
Victorian Psycho. So I read the book, and it's gonna have a movie, and I know Micah Monroe's gonna be in it, but oh nuts, you can't see the poster. The reason I mentioned this is a part of the book, and I'm not spoiling the movie because the movie's not even made yet, so I don't know if it will be in the movie. I guess it's a spoiler for the book, but it's kind of like American Psycho. You know how American Psycho is kind of a deconstruction of 80s yuppie culture, and how people are just so into themselves that you literally could be killing people and nobody would notice. And you have to wonder, is he actually doing it, or are these people that self-involved? It's like that, but with Victorian culture. And at one point, this person who's a governess, she kills the baby. And she's like, well, what am I going to do now? Because obviously they're going to come looking for the baby, and I can't just be like, I killed the baby. So she goes to the poor town, finds a baby that's in a bassinet crying outside. It's not even remotely looks like the baby. It doesn't remotely look like the baby. It's a completely different baby, and replaces it in the bassinet. And she's like, oh crap. Like that's not even, the baby's not even the right color. And the family doesn't notice. They don't notice. Like that's worst.
A great premise, though. That's a really smart premise.
It's and that's just one of many depraved things that happen. So this is definitely going to be a movie that's hopefully going to live up to the book. Checking in with the chat. Thankfully Danny is Lulz's stepfather, so he never had to hold my child as a baby, because I don't know if I would trust him. Bring Her Back is a really good one. Our pets' heads are falling off. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. And oh my gosh. Babies. Death by Puffy Sleep. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. So, oh my gosh. So, now what do we want to talk about? Where do we go after the coffee table?
There's so many.
Are there other baby ones we want to talk about?
We can. I'm sure there are, if I can think of them. Like there's actually I wrote one down. Give me 1 second.
Right,
I know there was one I didn't want to talk about, but.
Oh no, where did it go? We'll just hop around. We'll just talk about, let's just throw out ones we want to talk about. But do you have one?
Okay, I actually do. I have a couple, because I had a whole kid subgenre, and these aren't babies necessarily, but kids, and one of them is actually, we can talk about kids, because I think that is a very you can argue correct or not, but I think it is.
So if you guys follow me on Letterboxd,
very rarely does that happen.
If you guys follow me on Letterboxd, I actually have a list that I made, because at Crypticon we do, a friend of mine do the most disturbing movies of all time panel, and this is on there. So if you want, the list is really long, but if you want a really long list of disturbing movies, I have it on Letterboxd. Yeah, let's talk about kids. So this has a young Rosario Dawson and a young Chloe Sevigny in it, and it has almost kind of a documentary feel to it, which makes it a little more disturbing.
Very much so. It is. It's very disturbing. And the kids are, and they don't really, I would say, is there any character in this? It's actually a halfway, not even a good person, but somewhat of a, is there anybody in this movie? Because they're all kind of horrible.
The girls are nice.
In this movie, which the girls are nice, and then but we have a guy going around actually giving people, STDs and all kinds of stuff. It's also very just gross, like, because it has a lot of sexuality in it, and it's I don't know, it's an ick movie. But the director, Harmony Korine, correct? That's the director.
Larry Clark
does really, yeah, Larry Clark. Sorry about that. But he's done other films, and he's a very controversial director in general. Like, if you've seen his movies, none of them are particularly happy. He also did Ken Park, if I'm not mistaken, right? Am I thinking of two different directors?
I don't know.
The Ken Park is another movie.
This movie, a lot of the guys are trying to lose their virginity. And what I like about this is I feel like a lot of high school movies, especially from that time period, this came out in 1995, kind of glamorized, like, oh, we're going to have sex at prom. Look at something that came out around that time, American Pie. Like, it's just fun and cute, and it's going to be this really meaningful thing. And I think the reality is a little more like kids. And not even just the reality, but this is like the horror movie version. This movie shows you the worst case scenario. So you've seen, all the ones that glamorize it. This one's like, it could be like that, and it could be really meaningful, like an American Pie, and you guys are going to lay in each other's arms, or it could be this. So I think it is a good wake-up call, especially about being safe and such, because like you said, there's this one guy who's going around giving people HIV. And also just the reality of it. There's this one girl, she has sex with so many people, and she's completely fine. Whereas another girl, she has sex once, and she gets HIV.
Yeah, but that's all it just one time is all it takes. And then again, like, did you think this movie was victim blaming, like showing, because I've heard some people say that this movie really victim blames, like, these girls, or, if they weren't, spreading their legs, and this wouldn't have happened to them. I actually know people in real life who kind of believe that. Do you think it's kind of an exploitative movie and kind of a victim? I
feel like the way he films it in such a documentary style, the director is leaving it to you to make your own conclusions about it. I don't blame the victims in this at all. I think everyone in this, they're just young kids.
They're just young kids.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it is. And these are things that happen in real life. So I think people could watch this and victim blame. I hope they wouldn't. But I personally didn't take that from it. I feel like the movie does want you to feel sympathy for the people who are abused. Like that one girl, there's this one girl in this, and she's with a guy, and he keeps trying to get her to have sex with him, and he's like, oh, I'll be also like gentle and sweet with you. And then he like is really aggressive and assaults her. It's really sad. Unfortunately, you watch a lot of these teen comedies, and maybe the teen comedies do more damage because they make you think like that's what it's going to be like. It's going to be some magical thing on prom night. And I hope it is. But this is also a reality too. So I don't know. It's more of like a cautionary tale.
And that's the other thing. It's like kind of the same. Very much, I would agree with you on a cautionary tale. It's very much the same kind of thing of saying that Harlequin was bad, like, because it gives women and girls unexpected expectations of, romance. And like, sometimes that happens, but it's not always a Harlequin book. And I think these are kind of the same thing for those kind of movies that, make it fun and like, woohoo, good times, high school rocked. I don't know if anyone ever said high school rocked. I don't know anyone who actually does that in real life. Like, that was the best time ever, man.
Leanna says the director also did a movie called Bully. Is that what you're thinking of?
Bully. Yeah. I was thinking of another movie called Kim Park, but I have seen Bully, and Bully I think was also based on a true story, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Bully was based on a true story. I believe it was. I don't know, but I think if it's a movie I'm thinking of, it was. It was based on a true. It's a good movie. You'd probably dig it. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's about two friends, and one of them kills the other one, and it's not who you think it is, and they really are stupid and fuck up. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's a pretty good movie, and it's also pretty disturbing.
So for me, I will watch a lot of these disturbing movies because I'm just curious. I am the idiot who watches the tape in the ring. I'm not smart enough to own 2 VCRs, so I'm dead. But yeah, if you tell me something's messed up, I have to go watch it. And a lot of times I regret it. I'm like, what'd you think was going to happen, Gory? But At any rate, my disturbing movies I actually like. I like the ones that are a little absurd, and I like stuff that's kind of gross, like Mermaid in a Manhole.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen this?
Manhole.
Have you seen
Oh,
this?
yes, and it's also one of Velvet's favorites.
It's
I've seen it.
This
Yeah,
is part
I've
of
seen
a
it,
whole series of guinea pig movies. I believe this is
Guinea
the
pig
first one
movies,
that wasn't done by the original director. But I like this one just because it's so a lot of the guinea
Yeah.
pig movies. Like at one point, I think it was Charlie Sheen tried to sue them
Very-
because he thought that they were snuff films, which is ridiculous because I don't think they look realistic at all. But mostly that's what a lot of these guinea pig movies are. Is it's just people getting
For the
killed.
time, I guess.
But this one's got a story. It's got a story to
comedy.
tell. This is like The Little Mermaid is what this is, right? It's got some psychological stuff in there. It's got some
Exactly like The
fantasy. It is like The Little Mermaid. So,
Comedy.
this dude, right? He's got this wife who's always on his ass, right? And he's all like wanting to be where the people are. And so he goes into the manhole, into the sewer, and what does he find down there? A mermaid.
Mermaid.
A mermaid, but she's all messed up because she's been in the sewer. So he takes her back with him, and she doesn't do very well not being, I don't know, she wasn't really in the water before. She was in the sewer, but whatever. She liked her little sewer or whatever. So he's keeping her as like a pet, and he's an artist, and he's all inspired by her, but she getting nasty, right? So she's got sores bursting all over her. It's like pus gets me, dude. Pus and like blood and stuff. And he's using the pus and blood for his art. It's really gross. But I don't know. This is the kind of thing I enjoy just because it's so absurd. And the twist ending is really good.
It is. Velvet really. I've seen this one, and Velvet says this is the only good one of the guinea pig
I agree.
series. Like they
It's
think
my
the others are
favorite.
pretty much wash, rinse, and repeat. But yeah, it's their favorite too. I like it. I think I love the Little Mermaid analogy. I'm surprised I didn't think of that myself. I always kind of think of it as like the X-rated version of Splash. Is how I always kind of thought of it.
That's
Imagine Daryl Hannah doing this instead.
The only thing that would make this movie better
fun
is if
movie.
it was
I
a
like-
musical. Like if she was all like
Yeah.
singing and stuff.
I'll mention that to Velvet. It's a
I
good
want to
movie.
not
If you
have
like
so
that
many
movie, you probably
pustules.
like Dumbo.
I would like to be back in my manhole. You know, that would make it just a little bit better.
They should put it on Broadway. Like you should submit that idea to Broadway.
Why not,
It
dude?
could be a hit.
Why not? Mermaid in a manhole.
Another
It is better
movie
than
for,
Hobo
like-
with a shotgun. All right, you
I
pick.
would agree with that. Another movie and this is going into again the kids kind of thing, but this is this one is the one that made me cry like a little bitch. I usually
no.
like super disturbing or stupid ones that are going to make me cry. Have you seen Tigers Are Not Afraid? And we can thank Del Toro.
Yes.
He didn't direct it, but he helped it get through the door. Basically,
Yeah.
it was kind of his power behind the movie.
Yeah, this is one that was on
It's
Shudder.
about kids. Yes, it was. And why didn't nobody talk about this? Because it's
Joe
first of
Bob
all, it's just a
did.
gorgeously
It was
shot
on Joe
movie. It was-
Bob.
Well, God bless Joe Bob. Joe Bob is just a fucking saint. Like we should fucking for sainthood. But it's a movie about kids, and the thing that's so heartbreaking about this is you really and the kids were like they weren't actors. Like, and I think it works because you really believe it, and like they're in this horrible situation, and it blends fantasy, and like you see these really cool drawings, and like some people thought it was a little too much, and they're in a gang war kind of. They're just stuck in this gang war, and like horrible things happen. And one thing I love about this movie is it has the balls. Like it ain't happy. Some of the kids don't make it out of the movie, and like I'm crying, and it's just a beautiful like allegory, and it's also very much of a fantasy and a fairy tale. Like it blends fantasy, but it also hits hard in the
Yeah.
cold light of reality, and nobody talked about this film, and I just thought it was gorgeous, and it made me cry. I was like, oh my God, these kids, you just want to get these kids and get them out of this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is one of those kind of things because where they live, there really isn't an out. So again, it's like a Serbian film. Like, what are they supposed to do? They are trapped. There is no happy ending here. It's a very dark fairy tale, and it's beautiful.
It is. It's beautiful, and you can kind of tell even though like Del Toro didn't have anything, but it has that feel. Like I would not have been surprised if they had said he directed it. It has that very much feel, but it's one that goes under a lot of people's radars.
Yeah, it's really good. I definitely recommend, if you guys don't already, watching Joe Bob's Last Drive-In, because he introduced me to this one, and he has a lot of really good movies on there that he shows. I'm going to bring up one that somebody mentioned earlier.
Okay.
You're like, type faster. I'm trying. Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. It's got Mary fucking Poppins in it, is what it's got. So, Mary Poppins from Guardians of the Galaxy, Michael Rooker, he is so good in this. And it is based on a real serial killer, and it is very hard to watch. Yes. So, these two guys, they get an old school camcorder, and they start recording their murders and the sexual assaults they do on women. And it gets really confusing because Michael Rooker's character, Henry, he lives with this guy, and they start making, videos of their murders together, like snuff tapes together. And then the guy's sister comes to stay with them. And he has a really complicated relationship with her. And then you're like, okay, wait a second. I am not rooting for this serial killer to end up with this young girl. What is wrong with me? And you're like, but then, they have this definite connection.
But you are.
It becomes one of those things like, well, that monster, he's not as bad as this monster over here. So her brother actually does try to assault her, and Henry steps in, and you're like, okay, well, Henry's a piece of shit, but at least he did something. And I'm going to spoil this for you guys because it came out in 1986. So, watch it. It was also on Joe Bob, and that's your fault for not watching Joe Bob. Is it my fault? Is it my fault? Really? No. It's like what you said earlier about victim blaming. You should have been watching Joe Bob. Anyway, at the end of it, she's like, we're going to go get my kid, and we're going to go live together. And he's just really, really quiet. And the most chilling part of this whole movie, it's not all of the murders. It's at the end of it, because he disposes of bodies in a suitcase, and you see her suitcase left on the road, and he killed her. Like, it gets you in the gut, and the music is so good, and it's one of those things. Like, I think the roommate, it's kind of like, you can talk about this nature versus nurture. I feel like his roommate is a made monster. He was made that way because of the society he grew up in, and shitty parents and stuff. But Henry, he just seems like somebody who was just born evil. He's just cold.
Oh yeah. It's so good. And like you said, the ending is the most heartbreaking, because for a minute the movie gives out this slight bit of hope, like maybe they'll be fucking Ozzy and Harriet, and maybe everything will be. And then you see that fucking suitcase, and it's like a gut punch
in my chest. But see, that's the thing. I don't think that movie's exploitive, because that ending wouldn't work unless you had feelings and unless you were sad that she died. So it's doing exactly what it wants to do.
It's also smart because, again, yes, he's a horrible person, but just because he's a monster, like, even monsters occasionally have humanity in them, and this movie kind of reminds you, just because they're a monster, sometimes even monsters can do nice things. Like, a real life case is the Iceman. He was a mafia killer, and like, his daughter wrote a book, and she was in there for some little ailment, and there was another kid, and that kid was dying, and they were going to turn off the TV because they couldn't pay the bill. And the guy got so fucking pissed. He didn't know this kid from anyone, and he paid the bill because he's like, this dying kid, and they're not even letting him have television. And he was a monster. He killed people for a living. But so again, sometimes monsters can be humane, which is interesting, because we only like to think of it. Makes it harder when they actually have some bit of humanity. We don't want to think that they have any feelings, but a lot of times they do. But it doesn't change their actions. Their actions are what make them monsters. No. But we think that they must be somehow alien from us. They can't be like us. They can't eat Cheetos. They can't enjoy football. They can't have the same favorite movie as us, but they do. They are people. They're really messed up people, and that's the scariest part about it, is there are going to be so many things about them that are kind of relatable. Very much so. Yeah, that's really the horror. It's not the murdering so much. It's what's, oh my God, they are us, because they are us, and that's a scary. They're not us, but they also are.
Well,
That's
it's like they're not us because we wouldn't do that. But I think we want to say that they're completely alien from us, and we have nothing in common. We want to say we have nothing in common, but we do have things in common. We are both humans. We've had parents. We've had our heart broken. We've had, we have favorite colors. We have things in common. It's our actions that separate us. But we want to say, no, you're nothing like me. And they might have the same favorite movie as you. They may be somebody you could have had a conversation with.
Or God forbid, it could be someone you actually like until you find out what they really are. But you could actually, oh my God, I really like this person. And then you find out, oh no, which is a head trip in itself.
Yeah. All right. You got another one for me?
I do, and it's actually going off of Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, because there was another movie that came out called Confessions of a Serial Killer, and the cover art is weird because you see this kind of bald, long-haired dude. Like, it doesn't really work, but it is also loosely based on Henry Lee Lucas. And the interesting thing about the Henry Lee Lucas thing is later on they said a lot of it was just cops trying to close cases, right? Mm-hmm. But like, how much true it is to be debated. But this is an even lower. Like, Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer was pretty low budget. This was even more lower budget, and it's basically telling the same story, but it's actually a pretty good movie, and I think you can check it out on Tubi, and it tells pretty much the same story, but a little less humanity than Rooker brings to the role. Michael Rooker kind of brings, that's the one.
You want to believe with Michael Rooker's performance that there is somebody in there that can be saved, especially because you can tell he does care about people. I think that's the part that's so confusing for me. It's like when you hear that people are capable of murder and such, you think, well, they don't care about people, and that he has this relationship, you think, well, maybe there's humanity in him, maybe he can be redeemed. And I think we had the same kind of complicated relationship with Silence of the Lambs with Hannibal, because he is so charismatic, and I think we like Hannibal, and that makes us feel kind of fucked up. I don't know. All right, mm-hmm. Confessions of a Serial Killer.
It's complicated. It's when you take out the black and white. Yes, the confession. And again, do not believe that cover art. The cover art's cool, but that's not what the actual guy looks like in the movie. I don't know why they went with that cover art, but it's basically the same thing as the Henry Lee Lucas. But there's some scenes that are pretty fucking good, and it's a pretty fucking brutal movie. And when everyone's talking about Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, it's on Tubi, or it used to be on Tubi. It should still be on Tubi, and it's lower budget. I'd love to hear your thoughts, because again, we're doing a lot of the same stuff, Henry, Portrait of a Serial, but it's more grotty, it's more exploitative, and it's a little bit probably more like a little more visceral, because you don't have Michael Rooker. The other guy's really good in it, but he's a lot more vicious. It's a good movie. It's gone under a lot of people's radars. I really enjoyed it.
Interesting. All right, so since we're just going wild west with this, I'm going to go with one of my favorite movies of all time. And I'm not that messed up, guys, all right? It's just a really good movie. Martyrs. And where did my little thingy go? I had a little thing that shows you a picture. There we go. Yes. So I love Martyrs. And I think the reason I love Martyrs is I feel like people come away from it sometimes and they come away with the violence of it, or they come away talking about, the gore. But really, I think what's beautiful about this movie is it's a story about the power of friendship, or even how our relationships can help get us through some messed up shit. So I really hope you guys have seen this, because I'm going to have to spoil it. But Martyrs is such a unique movie. And this girl, Lucy, she was in this situation where she was abducted by these people who looked like normal soccer mom type people, and they had her in a chair with a hole in it so she could do her business, where she was completely shackled, and they would beat her and do all these things, and she has no idea why. She didn't know these people. And then one day she is able to get away, but for her entire adolescence she goes to like a girl's home, and she meets another girl there, and they become best friends. But she's still haunted by what happened to her and the other people that she saw there. She just can't let it go. And then finally one day she calls her friend up. They're adults now, and she's telling her that this family's daughter was celebrated for some swimming medal or whatever. And she's like, that is them. I'm going to go kill them. And her friend's like, oh, no, that's crazy talk. Don't do that. I'm going to have to go stop you. But she gets there and it's too late because this is the beginning of the movie. She goes in there with a big old shotgun, just bam, bam, bam. She kills a mom. They're having breakfast. They're having like a normal sibling rivalry conversation. The two kids are arguing and it's adorable. And you're like, oh my gosh, this poor girl is crazy banana pants. She just blew this whole family away over Cheerios. What am I watching? And that's exactly what her friend, I think her name's Anna, comes in there and thinks. And she's trying to figure out what to do, like what to do with the bodies and stuff, who she should call. And then a whole bunch of stuff happens that I won't get into because I don't want to spoil everything for you. But I do need to reveal the big part of this movie is she finds a hatch that goes to a whole basement thing where, oh no, Lucy was not crazy. These people are organized and they're very religious and they believe that they can take women and torture them enough to where they can become martyrs and they will essentially see the afterlife. So they can tell us like if there's a God or something. And they've been doing this for a long time and lo and behold, it's never worked. What? Crazy pants. Let's just keep doing it. Isn't there a whole quote about insanity that applies here? At any rate, it doesn't work on any of these people, but they take our main character who she's coming from the outside, Anna. I think that's, Anna. And they start torturing her. And one of the hardest parts is just when they break her. They go into this room every day and they beat the shit out of her. And at first she fights back. And then she tries to just remain calm, and then you just see where she just doesn't even care anymore. It's so heartbreaking. I get emotional like just thinking about this movie. Gives me a lot of emotions. But then she starts to hear Lucy's voice, and I'm convinced that she's just lost her mind. But Lucy is what comforts her, and I've heard that interpretation. It's the strength of this friendship of feeling like there's somebody in the world who loved her that makes her strong, and she endures a lot worse, much worse torture, and at the end of the movie, the tortures get a lot worse, and she does eventually see something, and it's up to us to determine what she saw or if she saw anything. But it's really beautiful. And the credits where they showed the two girls when they were children.
Name of religion, right? It's always a religion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's a heartbreaking movie, and you have both. This is one of those few rare disturbing movies that has both all the brutality and gore that some people come to these for, but it also has emotional weight to it too, because like you said, it is about the friendship. In a weird way, this movie reminds me of People Under the Stairs, because that powerful friendship that kind of goes above and beyond everything else. It's a beautiful movie, and also it's just religion, and nothing against anyone who uses their faith, but those fucking religious those zealots scare the living fuck out of me. Everyone always thinks I'm joking when I say that, but they scare the living fuck out of me, and it's always those fucking people that'll do this shit.
I feel like this movie is a good deconstruction of religion. So they basically have this entire cult around if there's something at the end of it, and I'll have to spoil the ending for you so we can have a discussion here, but at the end of it they flay Anna alive, and Anna gets this weird look, and they're like, oh my gosh, she's finally done it. She has reached this point where she's seen the other side, and the leader of their cult goes next to her and she whispers in her ear, and then afterwards they're waiting for the big announcement. What did she say? And they're waiting outside the door, and then the woman holds a gun to her head and she says, keep doubting. And I think what it really comes down to is religion. Like, people who are truly spiritual, it's about faith. You shouldn't need proof to believe in whatever you believe in, be it Buddha or God or whatever. You shouldn't need proof. If you really believe in Jesus or Allah or whatever, you shouldn't need proof. That's the whole point of it. You should have faith. So this cult, they need proof. That means they're not really spiritual. They're false, spiritualists. They're looking for proof. They don't just believe. And that's what she's saying. And I think whether she saw something or it could be that there's nothing there, and maybe there's something in that too. Like that knowing would make it so much worse, to know exactly what happens to us when we die. So there's another whole element to that.
Yeah, there is, and I've heard so many different interpretations. I think Stephen King put it best when he says basically I think he's explaining this to Ellie in Pet Cemetery when he says not Stephen King but the character it says that basically we know two things: either the lights go out when the wind blows, or there's something else, and what there is that could open up a billion possibilities. And that's the unknown is always so scary, and for some people, but if you have faith, then that should be enough, like you said. But if you don't, then that can be very scary, because we don't know what the fuck happens. There's some people who say they know, but all you really got is your faith, and you could be wrong. And I've always thought maybe you get whatever you believe. Maybe it's different for everyone. Maybe you get what you believe. Who knows? Reincarnation, there, it opens up to 100 possibilities. But the terrifying thing, I think the terrifying thing is of the unknown. Like, is there a hell? Isn't there a hell? And if there's not a hell, what about all the fucking horrible people? That's not justice.
Well, and that's the other thing too. I think so many people do things and their justification is for some kind of afterlife. Well, I've heard people who are very religious say, well, this life doesn't matter. It's the afterlife. What if you're wrong? What if you did a whole bunch of stuff? The things people do in the name of religion, sometimes people do horrible things in the name of religion. What if you're wrong? And I think that's what this movie is too. And what if you're not going to be rewarded by anything? Like, so it's a really good movie, and I think it's the gore that people talk about, but really the questions it raises, and like I said, the friendship are what I think are what make it special.
Very much so. Very much so. Like I said, I think this is one that really blends the both emotion and the gore and does it beautifully. And not very many films, even in the disturbing category, do that. There's some other ones that do it, but this one does it really exceptionally well. But it also has some really cool fucking gore scenes too.
Yeah.
Very, very good movie. Very good movie. Another one for me is it's an older movie, and it's another one that's gone under a lot of people's radars, In a Glass Cage, which Nazis. That's always a fun subject.
The Nazis one is like a whole thing. This movie is really disturbing. This is one we've talked about on our disturbing panel. This movie, it's another one of those, it kind of reminds me of Old Boy in some ways. Just the whole, how long this thing goes. I don't know if I can explain that without spoiling a lot.
And the color scheme.
Yeah.
It's so dark and just colorless, without any hope. And it's about you see a guy who's gonna end it, to shed his mortal coil. Only the thing is, he fucks up and he doesn't die, but he basically has to be put into an iron lung, hence the name In a Glass Cage. And you find out this, and you might have some pity for him. Well, the thing is you find out not only was he a goddamn Nazi, which is bad enough, he was a pedophilic Nazi.
Yes.
And it's really interesting because we've heard this story before, because basically who comes to take care of him, his nurse, is one of his victims, and you're all for it. You're on board. But then things go a little crazy because the person that was harmed goes even further than his assailant, basically. And how far are you going to go? And there's a scene that basically we're redoing the concentration camps because they're home. It's a beautiful mansion. And at one scene, there's just barbed wire all through the house. And you're like, Jesus Christ. It's very powerful. It's just set dressing. But oh my God, it's such a powerful visual. And I love it. This movie is deep. This movie, and it's not a lighthearted affair.
It really.
Pedophilic Nazis, I guess.
This is. I think this movie's more grueling and harder to watch than a Serbian film. But like a Serbian film, it's well made, and it does have a lot of interesting themes to explore. And yeah, it's a lot, guys. It's a lot. It's an endurance test. It's hard.
It is. But I love these kind of movies. I love these kind of movies that make you, that really, the gore is one thing, but when it actually has something to say, and this movie has a lot to say. And like I said, one of the prevailing themes of this movie is just the fact of like, okay, so like you were a victim and we're on your side, but then you go way. I mean, there is literally a scene where, there's some scenes in this movie that are fucked up. And this is me saying this.
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to say too much.
But I probably think at the end, but I think just essentially it's a Nazi, and so you're like, well, nothing that happens to him, could be unjust. But oh my gosh, the things that happen to him, it's complicated. It's kind of reminds me also like of The Woman in a way too, where it's just like, it's just really hard to watch.
Yeah, very much so. It is very hard. And then we also have a daughter thrown in it.
One movie I don't think it's even marketed as a horror movie, but it really disturbs me. And then I guess there's a book that's pretty disturbing too. Have you heard of Johnny Got His Gun?
We got.
This to me is like, well, it's World War I, but
yeah.
This to me,
a lot of people when they saw it thought about Vietnam because it came out 1972,
71.
I think 71.
This is my absolute worst nightmare. So this guy, he is an American soldier and he cannot move his body at all. I believe he doesn't even have his arms and his legs. He's completely locked in his body. He cannot move at all. And they think he might just be like a vegetable, but they find out because he's retelling his whole story, like within his body. He can blink. He can kind of blink. And he begs them to kill him, but they won't because that's inhumane. But it makes you come up with like, it's like, okay. And we get that, like, a doctor isn't going to want to kill somebody. But then again, it makes you wonder, how did we allow this to happen through war, which is something that is supposed to be somehow acceptable. We accept that people go to war, especially World War I. That was considered to be an honorable war. And this is what happened to him. And there's nothing humane about it. So I think the rules go out the window. And then he wants to be used kind of like how people who have suffered lung cancer want to educate people, like, don't smoke because this could happen to you. He wants to be used at the very least to have some meaning to his life, to show people about what could happen in war. And they're like, no. So he's just locked in his body in a room all alone. And it's just so heartbreaking.
It is, and it's also scary as fuck if you think about it, because all you have is your thoughts. It's basically solitary confinement, which can make people go. I mean, that's people will say that's a horrible thing to do too. Some people want to get it out, and it's just so scary to think that that's all, and you can't even have the blessing of death, the mercy of death. My mother was an RN, and she said, Jen, there's way worse things than death sometimes. There's way worse things than death, and this is one of them.
And I think that's a lot of these movies that we're talking about here, is there are worse things than death. And that's what these disturbing movies are exploring. What is worse than death? Well, a lot of these movies are like, well, hold my beer. Allow me to tell you what is worse than death. I'm pulling out some movies to talk about. Yikes, there's a lot.
There is. There's another one, the kind of going on the war theme. And again, I've heard people argue that it's not a horror movie, but it's horrifying. And I think if it's horrifying, that kind of classifies it. What about Come See? That's something that's worse than death as well.
Again, it's not even really a horror movie. This is what I was actually talking to my son about recently, because he has a friend who was like into like kind of artsy films. And that's what this is kind of marketed as. It's an artsy film. It's considered to be a war drama. But I don't know. You tell them about it. It was your pick. So, God, this movie's a lot. This one, it is a lot. This movie's a lot. And basically this is the movie. Okay, but we're going to have to go back a little bit. And basically there was a time in Hollywood that would romanticize going to war. It was an honorable, noble thing. And like, even if you died, you got this beautiful speech to give, for your country and all of that. And it made a lot of people think that it was just this wonderful, noble thing. And Come See, literally in the name, they go, okay, you guys want to know what war is like? Well, come on and see. And we have this bright-eyed young boy who has to go through the horrors of war. And, he thinks it's great at the beginning. And then he just sees some horrific shit, man's inhumanity to man. And you just go from one scene to another, people getting burned alive. And you're like,
fuck me. And he's just a kid. He's just a fucking kid who shouldn't be there, which again, you can go back to some of the wars. There's kids that are like young. They're not old enough to drink, but they're old enough to go to war. I mean, this movie has fucking commentary, and it's a brutal fucking movie. Like I said, to me, it's an argument if it's a horror movie or not, but it's horrific. I mean, it's just a movie that you just kind of put yourself, and it's not a true story, but it is. I mean, it is true. It's in the true-ish, it's not, but it is. And it's a fascinating movie. And it's one that a lot of people haven't seen, I guess, because it's from the 80s. I think it's from 1985, I believe. Mm-hmm. And it's one I wish people saw more.
Yeah, and again, it's another movie that's very well made, beautiful, but it is an honest movie about war, and we need more honest movies about war. And especially, I feel like the generation from that time, nowadays, I think we have a more realistic depiction of war. We don't elevate war to being like this gentlemanly thing. But, my grandfather served in World War II, and they would talk about it with pride and stuff. But I also knew how much it scarred him, and you weren't allowed to talk about that part. You had to talk about how you did a good thing for your country. And yes, you did. I'm proud of you for serving our country. But there's so much ugliness and horrible things that happen in war that are not at all humane. And this is one of those movies that really sheds a light on that. So. Another movie about war that's very honest is Man Behind the Sun. Have you seen this?
Oh, yes. Oh, that's one that's like, and again, like you said, the most horrifying stuff is the true stuff. And this was actually true. It was Unit 173 or 172. It was, they 731. Did, all kinds of horrible. Yeah. And it was, they basically.
These Japanese troops during wartime, this is based on a real thing, which is what makes it even more horrible, but they round up these Chinese and Russian test subjects, and they start experimenting on them, and just the things you see, like someone's degloved at one point. Oh my gosh, what was the most messed up one? There's so many experiments they do in this, and it's just unrelenting.
Oh God! The little boy,
the little boy, the whole movie. This little boy thinks because they've rounded up these other kids that he's missing out on something, and he really wants to go. And you're like, "Oh baby, no, don't go." And
no, please don't.
It's just
kind
horrible.
of reminds you in a way of the boy in the striped pajamas. It's kind of the same thing as the boy in the striped pajamas in a weird way. Yeah, and it is, and it's that. But the whole thing, I mean, there's so many scenes in that just made me go, oh, and then you think it's horrible in and of itself, but then you remember, oh God, this is true. Fuck. That's a movie that made me.
The people doing this, it's like they justify, well, it's for science. It's to help determine how people are going to react to a bomb or how people are going to react to this. And they stop viewing these people as humans. It's just like when you watch a lot of concentration camp stuff, like it's so disturbing because they have lost the ability to recognize that these are other human beings. Oh yeah,
kind of, it's funny. I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's funny because imagine putting it in a more recent context. It's like how some people don't think an innocent woman trying to help other people getting shot in the face, and we didn't see that she was trying to, and I don't want to but I mean that it's basically the same thing. You don't see people as people. You see people as the enemy. And it's the same thing, different time periods, but it's the same damn thing over and over again. It's just people have no humanity anymore. In fact, there's some people who say humanity's a bad thing.
Oh my gosh, dude. These
Don't
are some
get me started.
Messed up movies.
Sorry.
I'm looking at this list and you're just like, we are going down a rabbit hole here. No one's coming out of this okay. I'm not okay. You're not okay. None of this is good.
No, never have been.
Pretty.
What about Antichrist? Because you love dong, you know.
I do love me some dong, Antichrist? And you know what Antichrist does? Antichrist drops some dong. Thank you for cheering me up because I was getting pretty down. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You knew just what I needed. You're like that Cars song. All All right, I'm gonna pull up the poster here.
Just
So,
what I need.
Antichrist. You would think with the title, this is
William
gonna be
Dafoe.
about Satanism. No, it's not actually. There's no metal music either. No, William frickin' Dafoe drops dong. That's what the movie should have been called. But this movie's disturbing for a lot of different reasons. One, it's Lars von Trier, so you know it's going to be all artsy fartsy. And yeah, it's a little croissant for my taste in some parts of it, to steal a "we watched a movie" phrase. But at the beginning of this movie, this couple is getting it on, and their child, like, walks out a window or something. He dies because they're
it's out the
boning,
window.
and the kid has
But
this...
it's shot beautifully. It's black and
very beautiful, but I mean, if the kid's a lemming, what are you gonna do? So the kid is
it's
dead.
shot
Which, by
beautifully.
the way, side note, I can't remember the name of that Disney movie about the lemmings, but it's total bullshit. Lemmings do not just walk to their death. They staged the whole thing, making that one of the most disturbing movies of all time. I digress. Oh my gosh. Also digressing, Milo and Otis, also disturbing. They took all the footage from a Japanese movie, and everything that happens to that dog and cat, they really did, including dropping them off a waterfall. More disturbing than Antichrist.
Yeah.
But let's talk about Antichrist. Why not? Let's talk about Antichrist. So the mom is all distraught because, you know, her baby is gone, and she's pulled away from her husband, and she's decided to go to a cabin, and she's doing women's studies, which that's not good. We can't give women books. This is what happens. At any rate, she's crazy. So William
God
Dafoe,
forbid women have hobbies.
William Dafoe is like, what kind of hobbies you got going on out in this cabin, lady? So he goes out there to mess up her good time, and he gets exactly what he deserves. Not really. I'm being facetious. So there is a lot of genital mutilation, including like nails going through William Dafoe's dong. And I mean, it's brutal. It is brutal. Like, she was angry at that dong. That dong owed her money. It was a lot. You know that scene
And
where
this-
Joe Pesci beats up the guy and he just won't stop in Casino? That is Charlotte Gainsbourg on William Dafoe's wiener. Like, I'm just like, lady, come on, it's had enough. It's not getting back up.
Not without all the Viagra in the world, I don't think. And then we also have a female human. Cause the ending of it is like
The ending scares the shit out of me.
Taken care of too. Yeah.
When I actually feel like they stole the ending of this for Paranormal Activity 4, because that's the part that scares the shit out of me, is you think maybe this woman's gone crazy because she's talking about she's part of some fucking cult, and he's like, you're just a dong mutilator. You're not in a cult. Lies, I tell you. And then outside, all these old broads, all naked, coming out of the freaking forest. Goes to show that living a nudist life doesn't mean that you're automatically just a happy person. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, you could be crazy and living that beautiful nudist life.
That was always a dream, so they can't be. So they have problems too. Oh no!
Nudists have problems too.
It's a good movie, but they do. It's a good movie, but the interesting thing is, like, I've heard so many interpretations of what the fuck this movie's about. I've heard it say that it's the most misogynistic movie they've ever seen. I've heard other people say, no, it's an empowering woman movie. I mean, even Lars von Trier goes, I don't know what I made. I think he actually had to check himself because he was going through a bad divorce, which you can kind of tell. Like, you can kind of tell. And I think he had to check himself into a mental hospital for a while, and I think he doesn't even know what the fuck it means. What do you think it means? Because I feel like you have to be Mensa level to understand.
I think essentially at the end of the, how she copes with the loss of her child, she finds a group of women who are there for her and are healing for her in a way that her husband wasn't. So you can make it about sexism or whatever if you want, but in her particular case, this group of women was there to heal her when her husband was distant. And so I guess it's that cautionary tale of, don't neglect your spouse because you don't know what they're going to get up to while you're gone. And if you decide to come back around and check up on them, don't be surprised if your dick gets nailed to a board. Because women gotta have hobbies, man. Women gotta have hobbies. And I also feel like, the larger the group of women, the more creative they can become. I'm not going to say evil, just creative. They can do wonderful things. They can make a giant omelet or a cult. So it just depends. Or any group for that matter. I mean,
do you think it hates men? Do you think this movie hates men? Because
it hates William Dafoe's dong. It hates his dong.
You can't hate William Dafoe.
What happened was they were making a completely different movie about witches or something, and then William Dafoe leaves the bathroom, does not zip up, and they're like, that's the most hideous penis I've ever seen. I am now so angry, I'm going to make an entire movie about beating the shit out of your dong. And here it is, Antichrist.
Oh, man.
So he should have had more attractive genitals.
No, his genitals are attractive. I love William Dafoe. No, his genitals are fine. They're beautiful. Beautiful. I love an Irishman's more, but
I disagree. I mean, I always say I'm happy to see anybody's genitals ever, but his genitals are smug. He has Golden Globe genitals that are too good to be around us common folk. Only the fanciest lambskin condoms for me. Tip, tip, cheerio. You want to give it a stupid little hat and a monocle. So I'm just you know what? Fuck your stupid dong. You had it coming, you smug bastard. Love William Dafoe, but his dick is a whole other story.
I did not know this is where we were going, but I'm happy we're
here.
There.
We're here.
I didn't know this is where we I love Antichrist, but I think my favorite Lars von Trier film is definitely The House that Jack Built. I love a lot of his other films.
That's a good, disturbing movie, too. That is so intense. It's so long.
It is very much so. I love it.
It's another one of those ones that's so...
I love it.
Tell them what he does. How does he build a house, dude? Remember when Matt Damon was all sexy and young? So Matt Damon was this young hot dude, and he was in all these movies, and you were like, what's gonna happen, father, in the 2010s when Matt Damon's grown up? And he's like, I don't know, he'll probably retire and do some classy shit like The House that Jack Built, where he makes a whole house out of bodies.
Yeah, basically that's exactly what he does. And the picnic scene is probably the scene that's the most disturbing with the kids and the mother. And she has to have, she has to partake with her dead children. It is so fucked up. But there are so many fucked up. And, we're doing Dante's Inferno, which I fucking love. Again, there's just a sprinkling of humor in this movie. There's not a lot of humor in this movie.
Honey, he's making a house out of bodies. There's nothing that isn't funny about this. The humor is there.
The humor is definitely
I'm sorry, Turek. I'm sorry.
Weird, but I think this is
I'm going to not talk about dongs for the next 5 minutes because I don't want to alienate my friends. We're going to talk about dead bodies now. You like dead bodies, right? Come on, Turek. Come on, buddy. You like dead bodies. All right, let's talk about dead bodies.
And Uma Thurman in this is so good. And she's such a bitch. You almost are I can kind of go okay with that one because she's such a bitch. I love it though. I love it.
And what's so scary about it is his conviction. You can't negotiate with him. He's full on balls crazy. You can't talk your way out of this. You can't put on Mrs. Voorhees' sweater. You're fucked. He thinks he has to make this giant house of bodies for the devil. When it's super evil, it's the devil, not the devil, just so you know.
And I love that he's an architect too. That's just that's just such a cool little touch.
I think what we're learning is really it's hobbies that are to blame, Hobbies make you messed up.
What is the most disturbing part for you? Is there any disturbing part?
I think the picnic part too. I would say that part just because, yeah. You want to get dark and not talk about things that are gonna make people unsubscribe from us? Please don't unsubscribe, Quirk. I really like you being here. Okay,
I'm trying to build my channel back up.
So this one, I'm not going to say because it sounds like it's going to be about something really exciting. Titty Cut Folly sounds like a really fun nudie cutie, but it's honestly dude, I can't even make jokes about this one. This one is one that's actually a non-fiction movie. It's a documentary, but in I don't remember exactly when the time period is that they filmed this, but this is real footage of a mental institution and how the people were treated in this place. So have you seen this?
I've heard about it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah. So this movie, this is real. So this is really hard to watch, even in the grainy black and white footage, because this was filmed in 1967, but it's a documentary, and it did do a lot of good, because when this came out, people were like, holy shit, nobody should ever be treated that way. But the unfortunate thing with being in a lot of these institutions is nobody is going to listen to you. Once you're crazy, it's like you lose all your rights. Like when someone, and I'm not calling them crazy, I'm saying once someone's determined that you're crazy, that you cannot be relied on, that we can't believe anything you have to say, it's like you have no voice, you have no rights. So these people are living in their own excrement. They're naked. They're being abused. It's awful, the conditions that they're in. Mm-hmm. And you know, they can't do anything. They can't ask for help, nothing. They're just discarded people. And it's really heartbreaking. Mm-hmm. It's really heartbreaking. There's nothing fun about this. However, like I said, some of these movies have a point. Some of it is to watch a fun mermaid movie. And some of it is to watch stuff that's really important. We need to look back at our past so that we don't repeat it. We need to look how other humans have treated, you know, we're other humans, you know, and regardless of who the people in power are, somebody with mental disabilities just needs to be treated with humanity. And the fact that this happened, this really happened, we can't forget that. We need to remember that. We need to learn from it, and we need to make sure it doesn't happen again, you know, because these things do always happen again. And there are always going to be people who are going to dehumanize somebody else and use that as an excuse to treat them horribly.
Exactly. And this is a good jumping off point, because it's getting better, like a lot of things, but it's still, there's such a stigma with mental illness and stuff. And it's also a class issue, because if you have all the fucking, like, if you have resources and money, it still fucking sucks. But imagine if you're poor and don't have anything, and they used to have to dump them in these places that were just fucking horrible. And there's mental illness in my, go ahead.
The word hysteria, like, I don't like when people call somebody hysterical, because they used to believe that was a real disorder that women had. So if you got really like excitable, that's why people like in movies used to slap the women and stuff, because they'd be like, oh, she's got hysteria. Mm-hmm. It comes from, like, you know, you know, your whole womb stuff, your girl parts, right? So they believed like our girl parts made us freaking crazy, but women had no rights. Like, have you seen that movie, The Changeling, with Angelina Jolie? That's based on a real story. Her child went missing. Oh yeah. They brought her back a completely different child. And when she said, no, that's not my child, they put her in an institution. You could also, like in the movie Sucker Punch, you could put a girl or a woman in an institution for just about anything. So if it was your child, you could just be like, well, they have behavioral disorders, and drop them off. Things that today we know to be sensitive about. But, like, you know, back in the day, if your kid, like in your case, you know, or even my case, my son's bi, your daughter's trans, a lot of people would just drop them off in a place like this. Mm-hmm. So these are not necessarily people who are like seeing, you know, things and who are a danger to society. These are a lot of these normal people. I don't want to say normal. You know what I'm trying to say? People who should not be locked up.
People who are
they're not a danger to anybody.
But because they do a different lifestyle, or they're not a danger to anybody, and they choose to live a little differently, and they do lock them up. And the thing is even today, there's still conversion camps. There's still, you know, places that people will send to their kids, and that is a fucking horror thing in itself. I mean, imagine if you send your, I've had people, friends of Velvet's who've said, you know, you're lucky because your mom's accepting. I mean, a lot of people have to hide who they are, but they can't tell their parents, because they'll get, you know, if they're lucky, they get kicked out. At the worst, or they get sent to one of these fucking camps.
That's not luck. That's basic humanity, and she deserves that. The other kids are unlucky. Like, I hate that when someone is like raped or something and they don't get murdered. They're like, well, you're lucky you didn't get murdered. No, there's nothing lucky about that. You know,
about it.
no, she
It's
doesn't.
just less sucky
Velva
than
doesn't need to be
something else.
thankful for having a mom who takes care of her. That should be expected. That should be the norm. And it makes me sad that not every kid gets
But
that.
in this country, it's not.
I know, and it sucks.
No, in this country, it's not. And like you'd think that as a parent, you no matter what, you can, you're not always gonna. Your kids aren't always gonna have ideas that are gonna be your ideas. But at the end of the day, you gotta love them and you gotta accept them. And and even sometimes if you found them like murdering someone, some parents would cover that up. And I just couldn't imagine.
Yeah, I think that's
not
one of the
being
funnier
there for my
parts
kid. I don't understand.
Of Ginger Snaps, where the mom finds out and she's like, I'll help you hide the bodies. You're like, holy shit, lady, you ride or die is what you are. Speaking of kind of like trans issues and stuff.
That's me and my kids. I'll give them an elbow.
Have you seen The Skin I Live In?
It's good segue.
Have you seen The Skin I Live In?
Yes, I have. Yes,
So this
and
is
it's
a
a great
really
one.
good
Also,
one.
yes, I have.
Well, you go ahead and talk about it if you want.
I love Antonio Banderas in this. I just love it. I think it's a good movie. And it's not something you think about with him because, he's kind of a heartthrob guy, sexy and stuff, which he is. But like
He was the
this is
vampire
such a different role.
Armand.
I think that's
How?
Yes. Yeah. Very well
Vampire
cast in
Armand.
that, too.
I don't give a crap how you're oriented. Everybody is leaking from the gash for the vampire Armand, for freaking Antonio Banderas, but not in this movie. Not in this movie, all right? This is a dry gash kind of movie. See, Quirk, I promise you we're not talking about dongs. Now we're talking about lady parts. All right, so speaking of lady parts, so this movie, The Skin I Live In, it's... I can't remember what country he's from. I want to say Spain or Mexico. I can't remember. Anyway, there's a doctor, and he is
Spain,
told...
you're right, Spain. It's Spain.
He's told that this boy has assaulted his daughter. He has no evidence of it or anything, but at least he believes her more than a lot of dads do. He kind of overcorrects. You like when you're driving and you hit black ice and you're not supposed to do that because then your car will... That's what he does. So he takes this boy, right? And he's like, nah, dog, not on my watch. And he gives him a full... sex change. He, gives him, lady parts. He, all the stuff, changes his body to that of a woman and starts referring to them by a female name and all. And I'm going to keep using the he pronouns because he did not choose that. So he still identifies as male. But so this guy, he just spends his days doing yoga and stuff, and he kind of just goes along with it for his safety. So he will have sex with Antonio Banderas. So it gets really complicated too, because Antonio Banderas starts treating him like his wife. And then you're like, oh my gosh, is this going to be like a Stockholm thing? Like, baby, get the fuck out of there. Right? Oh God, dude, it's a lot. It's so much. But I think if you want to explain to,
It's not just the physical part of it.
Sorry for the interruptions, because there is a bit of delay, so it's hard for me to no one to... Anyway, but I've had some people ask me, because, I have trans people in my life, be like, I don't hate trans people or anything, I just don't get it. And I'm like, okay, fair. But this is a movie, if you don't get it, I think it will help you get it. How this man feels being forced to be a woman,
I would agree.
That's how I think a lot of trans people feel when they're born into this world. Like, they're forced to be something that is not them, and forced to behave a way that is not natural to them, to suit other people, to make other people comfortable. So, it's really, really hard to watch.
Exactly. It is hard to watch, but I think that is a good way to put it, that that this is like what it's like. And I've had a lot of people say, well, I just don't get it, and it's not something you choose, it's just something you are. And this is a good way to kind of, okay, imagine you were put in a different body, you're still the same person, but you're not in the right body. How would you feel? It's like, it's a prison. You're basically a prisoner of your own body. That's a horrible fucking idea.
And that's how it is when he's there dressed as a woman in a woman's body with breasts that he didn't want, that don't feel natural, having to be treated as somebody's wife and stuff. That when you see that character, that's how I think. I mean, I don't know, I'm not trans, so I don't want to speak for other people, but that's how I imagine it would feel to be born that way, to be in a body that's not your own, like in a prison. So
exactly. And That's horrible. And imagine waking up and like you're you, but you're in a different body. Like that's just a horrifying thought. If you think we don't think about it because we take it for granted. But I mean, for some people, we're just not. They just weren't in the right where they should be.
And I don't know what happens after this, but I'm. You know, he does go to like his mom at the end, and it's really, really sad. And he's like, "It's still me, mom." But I would assume that he'd probably want corrective surgery to get his body back to the way it should be. And I think anybody would understand that. Be like, well, of course he would want to do that. He was, you know, he's not a woman. That's exactly, again, how I think, you know, when you see people who are trans who are they're just trying to get to where they are supposed to be.
They want to be.
Yeah. To have their outsides match their insides.
Exactly. And you see a lot of, and they're the bravest people that you'll ever meet because I've seen stuff personally, and like Velvet is so cool with it and like just ignores it, while I'm like, Velvet's had to hold me back a couple of times because I'm about ready to punch a motherfucker out. And like and I always say they're the bravest people I know because they have to show. People hide who we are all the time. It's not even just trans, just general people aren't all to show all of our cards, and they are brave enough to do it.
I mean, I'm grateful I haven't had to. I mean, because it's hard when I have a nephew who's trans, so I have a trans person in my life, but my son is bi, and there was actually like a bi coming out day, like it was a couple of years ago, and I was like, "Hey, buddy, happy coming out day." He's like, "Actually, I never came out," and he's like, "I never had to. I was always just accepted." I'm like, "That makes me really happy." So, you know,
that's a sweet story.
Yeah, so
that's really sweet.
I think we have a long way to go and stuff, but I know a lot of friends who were homeless and stuff when, like, I was a teenager. So I don't know. I'm glad that Velvet has you and Lols has me, and I don't know. This is. Let's talk about more fucked up movies. Have you seen Feed?
Yeah, no, I haven't, but it's on my list. It's one that I remember because it looked so much like it, and then I'm like, okay, that's on my to-watch list.
Oh, by the way, do you need to go? Because I've already talked to you for 2 hours. But, so if you need to go.
I can stay a little longer. But if you need to go, whenever it's your stream.
I got some movies to talk about. Okay. So, guys, I'm going to speed run some here for you. Feed is Way Fucked Up is by Brent Leonard. Came out in 2005, a year after my baby came into this world. And this guy force feeds women and has sex with them. Because, like, his mom was, like, a really big girl. So he's got, like, a fetish thing. But it's just so... It's really hard to watch because he's putting, like, pipes down their mouth and stuff. It's brutal. This is like more of the torture type variety.
Someone reviewed it and I thought, that's why I put it on my list, because I'm like, oh, this sounds like a movie for me. Is it as fucked up as everyone says it is?
It's really fun. There's a lot more to it. I don't want to spoil it too much for you because you haven't seen it. But you can watch it for free on Plex. So it's kind of like Tubi. Another one, speaking of changing your body, have you seen Eyes Without a Face?
Oh yeah, that's a classic. That's
Sorry, there's like a delay. Someone
and I think,
like,
isn't there a remake too?
My friend is going to be in a remake.
And I apologize.
Sorry about that. So I did actually do a deep dive into this movie if you guys are curious about it, but this is the movie that I think led to the modern day French extremity, because back in this movie came out in 1960, and at the time France did not make horror movies. They had Diabolique, which is a thriller, which is kind of like a Hitchcockian movie, but they did not make horror movies because that was not France made nice movies, not like the Brits and their Hammer horror and the depravity, and America with the depravity. They had no depravity, but they made this movie and then they really kind of buried it. It was released under 1,000 different titles. It was released in America as a double feature with The Manster. The guy turns into like a gerbil. They should not be on a double feature. But this is a beautiful movie that I think now has kind of gone under a lot of people's radar. But this girl is in a horrible car accident and she was engaged. She had her whole life ahead of her. But lucky for her dad is a plastic surgeon. And he's trying to figure out a way to give her a new face off, like Nicolas Cage. Oh my God, he should have given her Nicolas Cage's face. I digress. So he abducts women, he chloroforms them, then he takes off their face, and they show that in the movie. And for 1960, that was a lot. It doesn't look that graphic, but they're pulling off the face, and then he puts it under her, but then the face will start to decay and stuff, so it's never permanent. Yeah, so good.
Mm-hmm. It is good. And what I love about that movie is, like, who is the bad guy? Because, like, what he's doing is horrible, but he's doing it for his daughter. So I'm always, this is what I'm always conflicted of. It's a kind of a fun thing of being a parent, because on the one hand, you want to always do right by your kid, but how far is too far?
I think ultimately, we should be the people that we want our children to be. So if it would break your heart if your kid would do it, or honestly, here's a better one. This is my barometer. A long time ago, when I was dating somebody who had a kid, and they said that essentially they wanted to find somebody that they would be okay with, like, their kid being with. So, yeah, does that make sense? Be the kind of person that you would want your child to, like, marry or something someday. Like, I don't mean that in, like, an incestual way, but... it's easy to say, well, I would kill for my kid. I would hide a body for my kid. Would you want your daughter to marry a man like that? Would you want your son to be with a woman like that? Then you think about it a lot differently, because we always want the best for our children. So be that best. Be the best for your children as a parent.
Yeah. That's a good way to think about it. But then there's always shades of gray too. Like, if you had a good enough reason, I suppose I wouldn't call the cops on you either. If you had a good enough reason, it's very black and white.
It's hard. It's hard. And we can't always trust law and order and justice and stuff. So there's definitely a lot of gray area. In the chat, Liana, which thank you for being here, she mentioned Fresh, and this is a movie that I absolutely love. Did you see Fresh?
Yes, I did. I did see Fresh. That was a fun movie. That was a fun movie. But, like, I like the use of comedy, and also it's a really good depiction about how the hell it is to date. Like, the dating scene is just fucking hell.
And it kind of made me think of a book I read called Tender is the Flesh, which I think they're going to be making a show about that. But Tender is the Flesh, basically all the animals had to be destroyed, and there's a lot.
Yep.
A lot more to that. But essentially, they have to start eating people. And the way they are able to do that is there's people who are raised to be meat. And that's essentially what this guy does in this movie. He wants to date and stuff. I mean, he has a wife. He wants to have a life, but he also likes eating people. So he has to make a distinction in his brain between food and people. And I think that's what a lot of people who hurt other people do. They're like, well, you're not people, you're something else. And that way I can justify what I do to you. You know, you're an animal or you're food. And the girl in this is really, really smart, because she starts to play a game against him, seducing him to where he's like, people, food, I don't know. But there's some messed up stuff in here. Like, she eats her best friend's boob at one part of it. Like, dude, it's a lot. It's a good feminist movie too. It's a fun. How the women really pull together in
Very
this.
much so.
But then you also have, like, the wife. You know, like, there are people like that. Even though she's suffered from this guy, how she's kind of just like a traitor. You're like, oh my God, why would you do that? Yeah, that's a lot. I'm just gonna bring up blood-sucking fiends. Just because I just want to mention, you know what? Damn it. No, I promised Quirk I wouldn't talk about dongs. Okay, I won't say dongs. But at the end of this movie, maybe there's cannibalism. Maybe somebody puts a dong in a hot dog bun and eats it. Maybe. I don't know. I don't talk about dongs here. This is a classy channel, Quirk. Picking another movie.
Another movie, I think that two movies that it's a part one and a part two that I'm surprised we haven't hit on yet. It's going back to necrophilia. Necromantic 1 and 2.
That was on Joe Bob 2.
I love Necromantic.
Okay, I haven't seen Necromantic 2. Are you going to kick me out of the club? I've heard it's even better.
I'm not going to kick you out of the club.
Don't kick me out.
It is because you have so many. You have so many unanswered questions from the first. That's always the joke. There's so many unanswered
Holy
questions,
balls.
but there really is.
I'm really happy that you brought this up because I don't want to talk about dongs because I enjoy having Quirk watch this channel because he's good people. So there isn't a dong in this because dead bodies don't have dongs, right? This guy is part of a cleanup crew. He's bringing home dead bodies, having sex with them, and at the end of it, his girl is getting into it too. But what are you going to do? Because when you're dead, your dong dries up, rots off. So she gets like a freaking metal pipe and she puts a condom on it. Like, honey, that is not going to help you. Like, bitch is dumb.
The really, really fucked up part of this movie, aside, from having sex with dead bodies, is that it's shot so erotic. Like, if it wasn't for the corpse, it would be a pretty fucking erotic scene when they're having the three-way with the corpse. If the corpse wasn't in it, it would be an actually really erotic movie.
You know this is revealing a lot about you, right? Just saying.
Oh, I've had people tell. I did a whole review. Like, yeah, it's a beaut, and it's also like the thing is the director, and he's done a lot of movies. Like the Death King is another one he did that I fucking love. But he says that he was just a young kid because people have asked him, "What the fuck does this mean?" And he's like, "I was just a kid. I was an edgy kid." And some people have taken it for the Berlin Wall. Some people have taken it for an AIDS allegory, and I find that fascinating. And you can see little bits of it.
It's artistic.
And then the rabbit scene again.
But
yeah, it very
he
much
didn't
is.
kill a rabbit for the movie. That's just like footage he got. Like that rabbit was going to get killed anyway.
Yeah.
So I think it's really beautiful. I rate it higher than a lot of people do. I gave it 3.5 stars. And I remember when this came on Joe Bob, a lot of people couldn't handle it. But I was like, wow, this is some classy shit. And I love that poster. But can't have that up on my wall or people are going to start talking. People are going to start talking about Gory B. And Jen, those freaking weirdos. We're going to be like the fucked up Golden Girls. You and me and our necromantic poster and our Milos doll. We need a third. We need a couple other gals.
I'm sure we can find them. And part two, not to ruin it or anything, but basically you're in a love triangle with a living person and a corpse. And what is a girl to do?
You just can't compete.
I know, exactly.
I will never be as soft and squishy as a corpse. Speaking of corpses, have you seen Flowers?
No, I haven't. I haven't seen Flowers.
Okay, finally one you haven't heard of. This one is it's kind of artsy. There's almost no dialogue in this, but it's pretty messed up. And because you haven't seen it, I don't want to talk about too much to just ruin it for you, but these girls wake up and they're underground. And there's there's more than one of them. They're underground underneath this house and they're trying to get out. And there's not a lot of dialogue. And so it's pretty grueling just watching them. And then, no, because I think it is pretty obvious. So essentially they realize pretty early on that they're dead. They're murder victims. And it's really, really disturbing. It's surreal. It's really sad. But yeah, they're basically like dead bodies that wake up in the crawl space after they've been murdered and stuff. And then you kind of see some of the things that happen to them. And then they're also still in this house. And it's really disturbing. All right. I have one that was on your list.
Add it to my watch list.
Did you want to talk about Megan is Missing? That was on your list.
Yes, because I don't know. I don't know if it's a hot take because this movie, like, it got rediscovered by the TikTok kids and because my video started I did a video on it and then all of a sudden Govit's like, this one's blowing up and he's like, they were like, it's TikTok. TikTok's what's doing it. And it's a movie that I think it's kind of propagandy. It's trying to scare kids about the dangers of online, but it's doing it not that great.
The dialogue is garbage.
It's disturbing.
I heard that the guy took this from real conversations he overheard, but it's one of those things. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. You can't always do that. I've heard of people putting in I've heard real stories, or I know stories from my life that are bizarre enough that you put them in a movie, people aren't going to believe it. Even if it really happened, nobody cares. So the fact that he knows real teenagers who talk like this doesn't change the fact that most of us don't. or we don't. I had a teenager, he didn't talk like this. These kids are like, blowjob this. Like, they talk about dongs more than I do. And that's saying something.
I know. And it's also, I've heard some people say, do you think it's victim blaming in this one? Because you kind of do have, like, you know, the one girl is very pure and angelic, and then her friend, like, yeah, she has a backstory of being sexually abused. Yeah, because she's, you know, she's a little bit promiscuous, but if you know, but the psychology, I will give the movie this, they do get the psychology right, because a lot of times when that happens, that you do get promiscuous, not always, but sometimes that does happen.
Or
so
they go the other way and they withdraw. But sometimes both even.
Yes.
What I will say about this, it's kind of like a movie called The Vanishing. Have you ever seen The Vanishing?
I love The Vanishing. So which are we talking about? The
They're both fantastic.
The one or the American remake?
But the American one had Kiefer Sutherland in it, and essentially in that one, a man's wife is abducted, and he hunts down the serial killer who took her, and he basically says he wants to find out what happened to her no matter what. And he's like, well, I'll show you what happened to her. And he does to him what he did to her, which is buried her alive. And that's essentially what happens in this. This girl's friend is abducted by a man she met on the internet, and her sleuthing takes her down a rabbit hole to where the exact same thing happens to her. And you find out Megan was put in like a barrel. And it's those pictures that I think are the most disturbing part of the movie. Oh, and then the fact that she's put in the barrel with Megan at the end. What?
That's what I was going to say. That's the only thing that I thought was fucked up, because I'm like, you know, some asshole in real life probably has done that to their victim, because he's like saying you can go home and all that, and then you see the decomposing body, and you're like, oh, dude, that was the one part that was fucked up. And also, like, the one thing that I when I first saw this movie, and still now, like, the way our other girl, not Megan, but her friend that is you know, trying to find out what the fuck happened to her, I just don't believe that she wouldn't have gone to the cops or the parents. Like, if it would have been me, I would have been like sleeping at the police.
I feel like this is more of a horror movie for parents. And that's how I'm going to forgive this.
Yes.
I think it's a horror movie for parents, because when we're like, my child, my dear Velvet would never speak that way. She is a lady. You know, and I'm like, my dear son-in-laws would never speak to a scandalous lady of the night on the internet. You know, and this movie's our worst fear. What if our kids were doing that? What if they're talking to these horrible people? What if they're stupid? What if they go meet somebody? What if they decide to get in the barrel? It's a horror movie for parents. That's why it's so absurd.
Yeah, because I don't think, like, kids, we've all done dumb things when we were that age. God knows I'm surprised I'm alive.
You know what's the dumbest shit I ever did?
Yes.
So I had a friend who literally lived on the wrong side of the tracks. Literally. On the other side of the tracks. She lived in a trailer park. And the trains would go by and they would take forever. And we never waited for them. So we would jump onto the moving train, walk across the little part in the back, and then jump off the other side. And now when I was like 11. Now when I think about that, I'm just like, what the actual fuck? Kid Gory was dumb as shit. I'm lucky I didn't get a Darwin Award.
I know, right? We've all done it, but like, I just didn't believe it. I'm like, this girl, especially the way they made her to be, I just would think she would have told her parents, she would have gone. I know if it would have been me, I would have been sleeping at the cop station. I wouldn't have been like, and like he tells her, and she still does it. And I have a problem with this movie. And also, like, I get the fact. Oh, sorry.
Just think of it
I apologize.
What's the worst thing that could happen? Is the worst thing that could happen that Velvet is abducted, or that Velvet would be an idiot, right? Because if they're an idiot, they can't get themselves out of trouble. Yeah. And that's why it's a horror movie for parents. The scariest thing is not that something bad that would happen to your kid. The scariest thing is that your kid would not know what to do and that they would be an idiot. So there you go. I've made it work. Yeah. Speaking of kids in barrels,
you did.
I love to segue. I love a good segue. Okay. Actually, did you know the guy who invented the Segway? You know that stupid thing that like mall cops use? He actually died on a Segway?
Yeah.
All right.
I heard of that. Irony.
This one's pretty brutal. This is based on... These are the ones that really bother me. So, it's based on the real story of this girl, Junko, from, I think it's Japan. And this is like a fictional retelling of it. It's called Concrete. Are you familiar with this one?
I haven't seen it, but I think I know which one, where they abduct the girl and they just do horrible shit, right? It's kind of in a weird way like Girl Next Door in a way.
Yeah, and this is
Kind of
also
the
a
same
true
thing,
story,
except they
and
abduct her.
the movie keeps pretty close
Yeah.
to what happened in the true story. If you're really curious, I think Rotten Mango did a pretty good cover of it as to what happened to Furuto Junko, but she was just a young girl. She was abducted by this guy. They SA'd her. They beat her. They just did horrible, horrible things to her, and then when it finally came time to dispose of her, they filled her in a barrel full of concrete. And that's why it's called concrete. It's really, really disturbing. These are the ones for me that are not fun. I honestly would say don't watch it. I would say watch a true crime podcast about what really happened to her. I think it's a little more respectful, but I have seen it and it is really hard to watch.
Okay.
You want to hear something fun?
I've heard the story. I've heard about it. Yeah, fun. This has been fun. This has been, and there's still like I know when I get off with you, I'm gonna go, oh, I should have talked about this movie or that movie.
When you get off with me, oh, it's good times. All right, let's talk about Tusk.
I'm sure there's a lot of people that have.
I mean, dude, don't go spiriting my secrets. All right. Oh my gosh, So, let's talk about Tusk. Have you seen Tusk? Of course, you've seen Tusk. Did you know
I've
Tusk
seen
was the
Tusk, yeah.
very
I think
first review we ever did on Horror Addicts?
I did not know that. I did
Yeah,
not know.
well, see
but I'm
there.
not surprised. It suits your brand.
You thought
It
you
suits your brand.
thought you knew everything. I wasn't even in that video. That's before I even was on Horror Addicts. It was so long ago. Did you know Horror Addicts is 16 years old as of like 2 days ago? What the
I
crud,
did not know
dude?
that either.
Yeah, I'm giving you full-on backstory on my life you didn't ask for. It's like when you go to some at the gas station, you're like, you want to see my vacation photos? That's me. Anyway, Tusk. So this guy, you know how everyone tells you, or they should tell you not to go full walrus? That's what happens in this. Though I have a lot of respect for him because he's got like this walrus penis, and apparently they really do have a bone in them, which is really interesting. And I want to get like dong props from movies someday and make my own museum, and I'd like to get the one from this, but I digress. So they take Justin Long, and he turns him into a walrus so he could like snuggle him and feel safe, and it just goes bad. But it's really good, and I guess a lot of you have seen it.
A great body horror. I mean, this is like this and The Fly, I think, would be like some of the greatest body horror of modern era, at least.
And then the worst part too is at the end of
it's
it
a
where
fun movie.
he just sadly accepts that he's a walrus and he's just eating the fish. Like that's the most disturbing part of it. It's so messed up.
But again, like the psychological aspect, because some people do just accept their fate, whether you're turning into a walrus or whatever your fate is. And that's like when you just dejected and like, okay, I guess this is my life. And I think that's the really horrifying part. You can get through it sometimes, but it's when you give up is when the real horror starts.
Yeah. It's pretty intense. I really like this movie. I don't think it gets enough credit. I think a lot of people brush it off as just being silly, but I think it's really good and it's still effective. Did you want to bring up one? Because I've got more.
Yes, very much so.
Hit me.
Yeah, I would love. Oh, sorry. You were gonna say something, I think.
Nuh-uh. There's a weird delay.
Apologies. I think there's a bit of a delay. Sorry, I hate doing this. I do have a movie that I really love called Found. It's also based off a book.
That's also on my list. Yeah, that one's so disturbing. The freaking head thing, dude. We'll talk about Found.
Levels. And again, we're talking. The Found is a wonderful movie, and one of the things I love about it is, again, we were talking earlier about monsters and how sometimes we think they're nothing like us. What if the monster in your life is like the only person that really gives a good goddamn about you? Because it's about a boy, and like his parents, they're not the greatest people. I have some issues with their parents. They're not monsters, but they're not the best parents. And like the only person that really cares about this kid, and he's a little different. He likes horror movies. He's a kind of a weird kid. I could identify with this kid. And like, And his brother turns out, well, he finds something, hence the title, finds a head and a bag. And his brother, it turns out to be liking to take off heads off women. And he doesn't know what the fuck to do because, like, his brother and him are so fucking close. What the fuck? And the brother's the only one that stands up for him with the parents. And the ending is fucking wild. I don't want to spoil the ending.
It is complicated. It also kind of reminds me of the Clove Hitch Killer, which is based on the BTK Killer.
Yes.
Which it's like when the person that you love the most, you find out that they're a monster. What do you do? And it's the ultimate sacrifice, because if you were to turn him in or to stop him, then he'd be completely alone. And so it almost makes it, makes him have to question like what he values and such, like doing the right thing essentially, or family. So it's hard. It would be really hard to do.
What would you do in that situation?
In that situation,
what would you do in that situation?
If it was my brother, and I have two brothers, I mean, I can't allow my brother to go around killing women. So I would turn them in, and I've said this too about my own kid, because I see a lot of those like young boys, on the news where they've, SA'd a girl or something, right? And then the parents back them up. They're like, oh, it was just 20 minutes of fun and stuff. And it's so easy to be biased when it's our own children. So if it was my brother, I would turn him in. I would visit him every single fucking day. I would call him every day. I would never give up. Just the same thing if it was my own kid. I would turn him in, but I would be there every day. My whole life would be spent visiting them, making sure they're not alone, providing them books, helping to hopefully get them some rehabilitation. But I couldn't allow them to keep doing that because it's not fair to somebody else's daughter or somebody else's kid. So, the only time I would make an exception is if it's one of those ones where they deserve it. If somebody's trying to kill my kid, then give me a shovel.
Yeah, there's always exceptions. Life is never black and white, is it?
But if it's just they're a serial killer and they're going after innocent women, then I'm going to turn my brother in. As much as I love my brother, and yes, Sigma would never. Sigma's a prince. He would never do that. My brother's Sigma. But I would turn him in. But if it's something different where, something like you find out that your daughter's partner is like beating them and doing horrible things to them and came at them with a knife and they fought back and killed them. All right, let's pull up the pickup truck. Let's get out some tarp and,
Yeah. I got an alibi for you, darling.
Yeah. It kind of just depends. So, but
it does.
I'm not going to turn a blind. I would take responsibility for it. If I found out my kid was doing these kind of things, I would take responsibility for making sure that they no longer did that. But I wouldn't give up on my kid. I wouldn't love them any less, but I'm not going to allow them to hurt other people's kids. So, that got dark, dude. That got sad.
Yeah, it's a hard one. Sorry, I tend to do that with people.
You want to hear something fun? Have you seen Gozu? Like sweating off my makeup. Have you seen Gozu?
Yes, it's another one of Velvet's.
Dude, Velvet,
I have.
It's
one of Velvet's, another favorite of Velvet.
I love this movie. So you have these two Yakuza.
You guys would get along really well.
Yeah. Tell her to come on my show sometime or DM me or something. You have these two Yakuza brothers, and they're like brothers, man, like thicker than blood. And one of them, he's crazy. He like takes his dog in the beginning. He's like, spinning it around. It's not a real dog, guys. Calm down. Anyway, he dies. He's all missing and stuff. And his brother, he don't give up on him. And he goes investigating. I love this place where they find the place where they take the skin off the Yakuza people. And it just looks like clothes. It's crazy. Anyway, he's been told that his Yakuza brother has been killed. But then he meets a woman who's like, hey, bro, I'm your Yakuza brother. But she's super hot. And he really wants to bang her. But she's saying she's his Yakuza brother, but she's hot. So he bones her, because I guess that's what you do. And they're having a relationship, and then she gets pregnant. And you're like, okay, this is good. He's found a new family now outside of the Yakuza. But wait, she gives birth to the fully grown version of his Yakuza brother. A full-grown man comes out of her bajingo. I am not even exaggerating. A full-grown man. You know how much that would hurt? Damn! How much does a man weigh? My kid
Ow.
weighed like 7 pounds, and that's like the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Anyway, it's a lot. There's also all this breast milk through the whole movie. Did you know Gozu means cow head? I want to get a pet cow and name it Gozu.
Yeah, I did hear that. I think it was Velvet who told me that because they love that little fact too. Yeah. Yeah, I did. It's a crazy movie. It is. It's fun, kind of. It's a fun movie. I'd classify this as a fun movie.
I think it's fun. It's weird. It's a good time. I reviewed this in Horror Addicts too, back in the day. All right, you got another one for me?
It's a good one. I do. Let's see, which one was I gonna go? Oh, The Sadness. They're talking about just balls to the. Now, this is a fun movie to me.
I think The Sadness is
such
fun.
A good movie. Oh, I do too. I had such a blast.
It's kind of romantic.
I watched this together. Very much so. I love that you love that too because it's a love story.
Okay, so that doesn't make me messed up, right? See, we get each other. Nice. We get each other. No, dude. Like, they're such an adorable little couple. There's this young couple, and they're just minimum wage kids, and they're trying to make it through the world today. And then she goes to work, and there's a creepy old dude who keeps hitting on her. But then this virus breaks out, and it makes people total, like, id person. Kind of like in that movie Mayhem, but way more extreme. To where they just want to kill everybody and eat everybody and, like, bone everybody to death.
Why did you stop? I love that line. Why did you stop?
Like, they're so sadistic that they even enjoy pain towards themselves. You can't even really hurt them. Like, he tries to save this guy who's being beaten, and then the guy is really upset because he wanted to keep being beaten. Oh my gosh, dude. And it has skull fucking in it. So there's that.
I was just gonna get to the skull fucking.
I'm so sorry. I took skull fucking away from you. I'm a terrible friend. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was like, but I was going wee, and I was watching this with the Trash Picture Show. For the first time we watched it together, and like I was just having so much fun. And Marty's like, Jesus Christ, Jen. And I'm like, this is the funnest date night movie ever. And Marty's like, can we just watch Beaches?
I mean, if you want to spend the night crying, sure. And the end is so sad because I really do think they cared about each other. You want to hear another romantic fucked up movie? Trouble Every Day.
Sure.
Have you seen this one?
Uh-huh.
Dude.
I have.
So this one, it's like when someone says, I could just eat you up. That's this movie, right? Yeah. So there's these two people where they like to mix sex and cannibalism. And they will eat their partners, which, I mean, honestly, it's not that uncommon in the animal world. I mean, let's not be that shocked by it. But, yeah, I guess that's the short version of that. Thoughts?
It very much is. And it's beautiful. Like you said, it's another beautiful love story, but very fucked up. But I kind of get it. Like, that's the thing that scares me. It's like, these are my kind of love stories. What the fuck is wrong with me?
It's fucked up, dude. Then there's the Human Centipede. I think everyone's seen this, but I will say that I think the Human Centipede's actually a really good movie. It's very effective. I don't like the second one. I don't like the third one. I don't need to see any more. But I did care about the characters, and I do think it is effective, and it is a good body horror.
It is a good body horror. I love the Human Centipede, but I'm one of those weirdos. Because it's dark, it's artsy. I like part 2 and the baby scene in part 2. Like, oh my god, that's like,
dude,
whoa.
That's why you use a car seat.
Always comes back to babies with me, doesn't it?
If you hadn't used a car seat, that wouldn't have happened.
Part 2.
I tell you, dude, there's nothing I find more annoying than I'm trying to go to work and I get baby paste on my shoe. Ruins my whole day. And you can't get that out. That's like microwave popcorn or tuna fish. You just smell that all day.
I know. You can't get out. It's not the good scent either. It's just, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
You never get that out of the upholstery.
It's a good movie.
It is a good movie. I agree.
No.
Speaking of eating people, have you seen Anthropophagus? Don't watch the sequel. It sucks. But have you seen Anthropophagus?
Yeah.
So this movie is actually really slow. But a dude does eat a baby out of somebody, and then at the end of it, He eats himself. If that's not self-love, I don't know what is. That's the ultimate spa day.
That is. And like, you must taste so damn good. You know, like, I wonder if we taste like chicken.
Like, you know when people
says.
say, I'm feeling myself? He was feeling himself. Right?
Very much so. Very much so. It's a good movie. Like you said, it is a bit slow. Like, that was a movie that kind of, like, when I heard about it, I think its reputation kind of overblew it just a bit. I was a little let down, but there's some good parts in it.
We may have to do it. There's so many disturbing movies. I got a few more I want to talk about, but you got some too?
Yeah, let's see. There was one, let's see. I know there was one other one that I wanted to talk about. I have so many. Header! Are you a fan of Edward Lee? He's the author. He was a good friend of Jack Ketchum's. They made a movie
I've
called
never
Header
heard of this. Tell me everything.
Okay, so how well do you like Deliverance? Because this is a way more fucked up version of Deliverance. And we have two stories.
I mean, I'm like second date level with Deliverance. I'm not quite ready for the third date. I don't know if I'm going to call him back, but I like it. I mean, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. Ned Beatty. I mean, you gotta love Ned Beatty squealing like a pig. This movie basically takes Deliverance and turns it up to like 1,000. And basically, we're following an FBI agent who's like his wife is drowning in medical bills, and he's working in this kind of very southern hillbilly kind of place, and he's trying to keep the drugs out. Meanwhile, we have like the Hatfields and McCoys, quite literally, and like when people disrespect these hill people, they do a thing called Header, and it's about a young boy with his grandpappy, and they do a sexual act. It's not bad enough to take revenge on the corpse, but they also do something to his head and basically bust a nut in the corpse's decapitated
like in the Sadness?
Kind of or in high tension.
Yes.
Yeah, but the Sadness, I'll accept the Sadness too, which I fucking love high tension.
I do love high tension.
Yeah, it's a low budget movie and it's hard to find, but it is, if you like fucked up weird stuff, I definitely recommend it.
Dude, and it's on Tubi. God bless Tubi. See, I don't need to do the whole martyrs thing. I would love to read the books. I love to read. Martyrs, I don't need to torture people to find out if there is, a benevolent force in this universe, because there's Tubi, and that tells me all I need to know. So, have you seen Threads?
You can find it. Yes.
There's another war one. This one, it's more disturbing. Bust a nut, Jen. Seriously, Jen, that make it a shirt and I will buy it. Put that on your... Jen, do you even have merch? Jen, where's the merch? Where's the merch? The people demand merch.
I don't. I'm a merchless.
The people demand merch.
I'll mention it to Velvet.
If you make me, I want you to make me one that's got like a cute animated version of at least you on it, or Velvet too. And on the back, it should say "Bust a Nut." Jen's reviews from the grave.
Okay. I might have to do a rating system all around busting a nut.
I like this. I actually need you to bone up, if you will, for because I think I'm going to call. I've been wanting to do this stream for a while. I want to do a stream on penectomies, movies where dongs get mutilated. So I think you might be the girl for that.
Okay.
So start working on a list. That'll be our next stream. Can you dig it?
Oh!
Do you think Velvet would want to join?
Sure, I can dig it, and thank you so much.
How do they feel about it?
Yes, I would. They've got a big work schedule. Oh, they love it. They're my kids, so they're very okay with it.
Dog's here. Okay, well, I might call upon you for this, and Velvet, of course, is always welcome. I might introduce your loin fruit to my loin fruit. Our second generation.
Yeah.
He's in the chat here sometimes.
They hit it off.
My kid's weirdo, but maybe. But Threads, it's basically like a nuclear Holocaust movie. So the nuclear bomb has gone off, and it's what happens afterwards. And I think what makes this movie so disturbing is it plays like a documentary, and you start to really believe in this world and just the people who are suffering radiation poisoning and stuff. And Gosh, the scene at the end with the baby is a lot. It's a lot, and it's a really scary depiction of what might realistically happen if we were living in nuclear holocaust, which is a really scary thing. And if you wanted to know what that would look like, here's a movie about it. It's set in Sheffield. Yay!
It's not a fun movie. Like, there's some movies, you know, where we talk about horrible shit, but you can kind of have fun. This is one that you can't really have a lot of fun with.
That's what we should do. Oh my gosh, we should do another one of these, and we should rate it on like fun bad, fun disturbing, disturbing, pukey disturbing. I don't know. There should be a rating system.
Oh god.
Okay, want another?
Then we'd have to talk about Audition for puking disturbing.
I love
hate
Audition.
that scene.
Audition.
Oh, I love Audition too, but the scene. The puking scene.
Yeah?
I hate that.
I mean, it's not much different than like how it's not much different than how birds feed their babies, right? Speaking of Audition, have you ever seen? Are you an MCR fan? My Chemical Romance.
I'm not familiar.
Okay, My Chemical Romance are like my favorite band. I love it. Well, They have a song called Honey, This Mirror Isn't Big Enough for the Two of Us. They have a lot of songs that are either based on horror movies or they do a horror movie music video, but the whole music video is Audition. So it's on YouTube. You can check it out. It's really cool. But yeah, Audition's really good. It's not, I mean, here's the thing, guys. This is the tamest Takashi Miike movie there is, aside from, he did the Ace Attorney movie and he did the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure movie. Those are probably the tamest. But for Takashi Miike, this is tame. You want to get into like Dead or Alive or Gozu, then you're getting into the deep end. But this is a nice way to get your feet wet, so to speak, in Takashi Miike. And then if you want to go full Takashi Miike, there's more out there for you. So check that out.
Oh, there's way more. I always think of Audition as When Harry Met Sally, like the horror version of When Harry Met Sally, kind of.
I agree.
Until we get to the fucked up shit.
I have so many windows open. Here we go. Yeah, and I think it's really good, especially how it looks at how women are treated and how, like, again, it's one of those ones, who's the real villain here? I mean, yes, she's violent and crazy, but she is a subject of a lot of abuse from men, and these guys hold a fake audition to get him a wife. They're basically shopping for a wife, so she's lured completely under false pretenses, and honestly, it's like, dude, you got what you asked for. He gets a woman who is so obsessed. She needs somebody to love her and only her, so they cannot have children or anything else. And when she feels like you don't love her anymore, she will make you pay. But it's brutal. It's so brutal.
It's good. And then I love the piano wire, or not piano wire, but the razor wire. I love that.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
And the book is good too. It's based on a book, and the book is really good. And the author of that book also did a book called Piercing that's really good. Yeah, I saw you drop it.
I have it on my
I see what you guys say in the chat. You know, I do see it. He mentioned it. But I can't always say everything because I got to talk to Jen too. Okay, guys. I want to talk about this one. This is another one where afterwards I had to go outside for like an hour at the time I smoked. This one just knocked me back. Like, this one was hard to watch. This is one that's not fun. But again, this is one of those ones I think is important because this is very closely a retelling of something that really happened. So this guy would call up like McDonald's, or I can't remember what fast food chains he would call. And he would pretend to be a law enforcement.
I think it was McDonald's.
Yeah. He would pretend to be a law enforcement officer. And it's kind of like, and they've done studies on this. People behave strangely when they think it's a law enforcement person or somebody in a position of authority. And he tells them to do bizarre things. Like, he tells her to, like, that he basically tells her boss that she's been stealing. And then he tells her boss, well, you need to search her. You need to do a strip search. You have to do it for me because I can't get down there. And she does it. And, like, because she's been given authority, she doesn't question any of it. And this really happened. So it could be one of those things where you might be like, nobody would ever do that. It really freaking happened. Just like this. And how it escalates and it becomes something just really, really disturbing. And yeah, this one's a lot.
The sheep mentality, basically. If authority tells you to do it, then ask no questions and just do it. Is basically what this movie is. And it does happen, and you think it's unbelievable, but it's more happening than you think. It happens more than you would think it would. It's a good movie. Scary though.
And how people will abuse power. Like they've done that before with, I can't remember the name of the experiment, but they had half the students be guards, half of them be inmates. And the people who had power began to abuse it. For some people, it really, I think, not to get political, but we're seeing that right now with a lot of the ICE stuff. You give small-minded people power, and they will sometimes abuse it.
And also telling you you're not seeing what your eyes are telling you to, which is a playbook out of Orwellian, really. I mean, it's right there in Orwellian. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I got 3 more.
I know.
Do you have any you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm sure I do, but let me hear your 3 while I'm thinking, because I'm trying to. My
this
mind's
is kind of my speed round, because I'm getting a little slow too, and I don't have as much to say about this one. Man Bites Dog is a good one where it's a little bit
I love
like,
Man Bites Dog.
have you seen it? Kind of makes me think of like it's like a disturbing, it's if you take the movie Behind the Mask to an 11. So these people are making a documentary about a serial killer. And when you make a documentary, just like when you see like lions in the wild and they might take down a gazelle, they're like, I'm sorry, we can't do anything. It's a nature documentary. We're just documenting it. And they don't do anything. And then this guy, he's a serial killer. He's doing stuff. And then they start to get complicit. They start like helping out and stuff. And so that line that they have between them and him becomes very blurry. It's really a fascinating psychological movie.
It is. I love that movie. And again, like you think you could be have the, just like, have the thing, but you don't. You kind of like these people and you're kind of on them, and then you're like, whoa, you get into the deep end a lot quicker than you think you would. This is a movie that takes you into the deep end really quick. Yeah. I love it. I wish more people talked about it. I'm glad you brought it up.
I just talked about it. I'm more people.
I love it.
I'm those people. Another actually this is cool. Is it wrong that I think this is kind of a fun one? Dogtooth. So Yorgos.
Oh no, I think it is too.
Okay, good. I feel like a bad person saying it's kind of fun, but Yorgos Lanthimos, he did The Lobster. He also did a movie I really don't care for, The Killing of a Sacred Deer. I think
Killing of a Sacred Deer, right?
I don't care for that one. I thought that one was dumb, but I like The Lobster and I like Dogtooth. And didn't he do something else? Oh yeah, he did that Poor Things. Yeah, people love Poor Things.
I love Poor. Have you seen Poor Things?
I love Poor Things.
It's beautiful. It's a gorgeous.
I've liked a lot of his movies. The Killing of a Sacred Deer didn't jive for me. It was a little too weird. But Dogtooth, these kids.
Killing of a Sacred Deer is a movie that I like. Sorry, the delay again. Sorry. Killing of a Sacred Deer is a movie that. No, it's my fault. Killing of a Sacred Deer is a movie that I didn't like the first time I saw it, and then it just kind of grew on me. And I'm like, I actually really dig it. I hated it when I first saw it.
I jerked off my dad. Everybody eats spaghetti the exact same way.
I know.
It's so stupid.
I love that.
I'm not letting you leave until you eat my tart.
I know. But I guess I'm that arty, pretentious person, because I'm like, actually, I think this is kind of deep. And it's not, but I'm just like, I don't know, something about it works for me. But I hated it initially when I saw it.
I hate it.
Like the first time,
maybe I'll give it a chance for you, but I'm a B movie kind of gal. So, I mean, I like finding stuff in things, but I don't like it when I feel like the movie thinks it's smarter than the audience. And that's one where it's just a little too pretentious. Particularly for being so ridiculous. He's blindfolded in a circle. All right. But a lot of people love it. So it's just one of those ones where I have to admit I don't get it. Just like I Spit on Your Grave. A lot of people love it. I don't get it. I don't get that. You know what's funny though? I Spit on Your Grave and Killing of a Sacred Deer are my most popular reviews on Letterboxd. So there are other people who don't get it. We may be in the minority, but they're out there. Anyway,
there's a lot of
Dogtooth, this is one, like, it's really interesting from, like, a psychological point of view. So you're familiar with this one. Like, these kids are raised, and, I mean, it really makes you question how much power we have as parents, you know, and how, I think most of us are good people, or most of us try to be anyway, and try to love our children. We want them to be happy and self-confident and all that stuff. Like I've always said with my kid, I always try to fill up the gas tank because the world's hard, and I need to it's my job to make sure that he can get through it. You know, I'm not a big tough love kind of gal. The world's hard enough as it is. I don't need to be hard on them. But Dogtooth, these parents abuse their power, and they flat out lie to their children about everything. Like, they tell them that, you know, they have a dog tooth that's going to fall out, for starters. They lie to them about sexuality. They lie to them about, I mean, what do you think is the most absurd thing they lie about? They lie about so much stuff.
Oh, they lie about so much. Like, just the fact, I think the movie, the thing that disturbs me most about this movie, it's the fact, like, we are gods. Basically, we're kind of gods to our kids. And, like, there are some fucked up gods. These people, I mean, we go into some dark places. This is another movie that I don't know why doesn't get talked about. Do you think it's one that's almost too disturbing? Because I've heard some people that I know that love the disturbing stuff say this one's like, whoa, man.
Really? I don't think it's, I think it's higher level, like it's below the water on the iceberg. But for me, this one didn't, like, we just talked about Compliance. That one really shook me up. But, you know, I've told you this, like, if it's based on a true story, then it hits me. This is ridiculous. Hopefully this would never happen.
This wasn't.
It's almost like it's almost like the ultimate gaslighting movie. Like, they've completely manipulated these children to where these children believe every bit of bullshit out of their parents' mouths, and it's because their parents have been lying to them. And it also makes you question the lies we do tell our children that are acceptable. Like, we tell our children about Santa. We tell our children about, like, a lot of things that we have no evidence on, tooth fairies and all this shit. These parents, like, their lies are a lot more detrimental, but I think all parents, to a degree, abuse that power. You know, I had a kind of conversation with my son's dad about that when he was little. I was going to do the whole Santa Claus thing. He's like, well, I don't want to lie to my kid. And I was like, well, childhood is the only time when you can have, like, a little bit of magic, you know? And so I was like, I'm going to lie to my kid. Yeah. So you can choose not to at your house. Good thing we're not together. But yeah, I mean, I fully admit I lied to my kid. I said some big fat guy in a red suit was going to come and bring him presents. So am I any better than the parents in Dogtooth? Not really. Not really.
No, you're not, because I mean, you know you are. You're a better parent because, like, you know, that there's different lines. And also, like you said, kids need magic, right? Kids need magic. And also, that's one thing, and I've learned that with my exes too. You really got to be on the same page with, like, what you want to do with your kids, because if you'll fuck your kids if there's I grew up with two parents that were fundamentally different on everything, and it was really hell. It was hell.
I guess if you're doing it for something to help them, it's okay. But if you're doing it for control, which is what they're doing in Dogtooth, then it's fucked. How about that?
Very much so. Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that. I totally
But it gets crazy. Like, they bring in a person for his son to have sex with. It's messed up, guys. It's crazy. You got to see it to believe it. Do you have another one? If not, I have a good one to close it out on.
Okay, let's close it out. I probably am going to be saying, damn it, I forgot this one, but let's close it out.
This is how I'm closing it out on
I'm surprised you never brought that up.
Guys, seriously, there's so many. When we do this as a panel at Crypticon Seattle, we literally just lift off the titles. We don't even have time to go through them all. There's so many. Hopefully, you guys have been introduced to some new ones. This is one that's pretty infamous. It's a hard watch, and it's funny that this one actually does get some credit. It is in the Criterion Collection, which is supposed to be the best films of all time, right? So this one, it's really, really disturbing.
Yeah, but then you see some of the movies.
they round up these they're like fascists, right? They're like Nazis or something, but they round up these teenagers. It has been a while since I've seen this. They round up these teenagers and they start doing like just kind of playing with them, and that's the thing that makes it so disturbing, is it's really for their own amusement. This, like we talked about Man Behind the Sun, which was about experiments, and I think those people justify, well, it's for the greater good because we have to learn this shit, which bullshit. But this one, it's truly just for their own amusement. They make the children have like sex with them. They make them have sex with each other. One of the boys, one of the guys decides he takes a liking to and marries him. They make them literally eat shit out of like these big bowls, which, guys, if that's a hard scene for you to watch, it was actually chocolate ice cream. So it's a little bit better than when you watch Two Girls, One Cup, because in Two Girls, One Cup, I thought it was ice cream. Yeah. No, it's shit. But in Solo, I thought it was shit. It's ice cream. So it's kind of fun when you think it's shit, but it's actually ice cream. Like, that's kind of like that little surprise in the Kinder Egg. So...
Does it make chocolate ice cream better or worse is my question. Does it make chocolate ice cream better or worse?
Well, if you were to ask me and my brother, my youngest brother and I, we used to have a game where we would pick a movie and we're like, well, what's the absolutely most disgusting thing we can eat with this? So we would, like, to make something look like pus, we'd mix like mustard and mayonnaise and put it on like a hot dog or something, and then you have to eat that while you're watching the movie if it had like a lot of pus in it, something like Brain Dead, or like ketchup and rice and mix that together, or ketchup and mustard to make it look like maggots, like whatever most disgusting thing it was, and that's what we would eat for dinner while we watched the movie. So for Salo, we would definitely do chocolate ice cream.
Yeah, yummy. Do you think this one gets a little overblown though? Because like we've talked about movies that I think were a little bit more disturbing, but for the time it is, and then the ideas behind
1975?
it. It's not just
for 1975, I think it absolutely is, and it's also the fact that they're so young. These are really young kids, so that's pretty disturbing. And for me, is again. And that's why I wanted to end with this one, because to me it kind of bookends a Serbian film. So Serbian film, I think the most disturbing part is the end of it. At the end of this one, I think that's the most disturbing one of this. So you see these fascists do all these horrible, horrible things to these poor teenagers. They've killed them. They've essayed them. They've just... It's really, really disturbing. And then at the end of it... the two of the soldiers one of them's talking about his girlfriend and they're going to go home, and it's like that's just their work week. Now they're going home. Like these could literally be your neighbors. This is just their 9 to 5, and you're just like, what the fuck? The fact that they're so cavalier about the atrocities they've committed, they've just. I think that's what's disturbing about it. What it's like that movie Hellfest. I would agree. That's what. The guy's a killer, and then he goes home and has his little girl. I think that's what's the most disturbing thing. It's not that he's a killer. It's that he goes home and he picks up his little girl, that he's a dad. These are people who are somebody's boyfriend or girlfriend, or, they might help their neighbor across the street, but they're also doing this.
Exactly. That's why I fucking love Hellfest. That's like a favorite movie of mine. I always had hoped we would get like a sequel to that movie. I fucking love that movie.
I wish.
But it's
my cousin wrote that.
I wish. Really? I did not know. Wow, your cousin is talented.
Well, technically,
it's super talented.
To be specific, it's my son's cousin. So my ex's cousin, but it's just easier to say my cousin. But Seth Sherwood, he wrote it. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, I did not know that. Wow, I'm a big fan of that. And I think didn't they also work on another movie?
He did Leatherface, and he did a show called Light as a Feather. He did some other stuff. Yeah. But yeah, his he worked on it with some other people.
Big fan.
But that part of the end, that was his idea, that he goes home to his daughter and you never see his face and stuff. And I think that's the part that's really disturbing. That's what's disturbing when we see things like, the BTK killer, how he's just like a Boy Scout leader, or even Gacy volunteering at hospitals. Like, you want to believe that these people are in a different realm, that they're on Elm Street, that they're on Crystal Lake, that they're not your neighbors, that they're not the people that you're, trusting with your children. They're not at your kid's school. And that's unfortunately not the reality, but I think that's what scares us the most. And I feel like horror movies really tell us what we as a society are afraid of. And with America in particular, I mean, we have these kind of movies all over the world, but in America, I think the thing we're most afraid of is that somebody we know or somebody on our street would do something to us. It's not so much ghosts. It's not even like animals or creature feature type stuff. It's not monsters. It's other humans, at least in this country. And I think that's why we have so many of these movies here.
Very much true. Well, and again, like art imitates life, life imitates art. Like I just heard a news story where they broke into a church because one of the pastors there was an ICE agent, which how the fuck? But I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like they can be preaching in a pulpit, but then dragging innocent people that are just trying to get a better life for themselves. So I mean, it's exactly what you're saying.
You hear about
they're monsters.
Church leaders, and I know plenty of great Christian people who are very good people, and yet you hear about these horrible things that happen in churches and stuff. So you can't trust your kids there. It's a church. You should be able to trust your kids there. You hear about things that happen in Boy Scout or Girl Scout camps, and it's like, you should be able to trust your kid there. I never sent my kid to summer camp, even though it looks like it's a lot of fun, just because I don't trust my kid with other people that much. And I think a lot of us feel that way. Like, we're scared of our neighbors. We're scared of, just other people. Like, we've learned to not be trustworthy because of all these horror stories that are real.
Yeah, that are real. And we kind of takes away some of our innocence and some of our, are the better angels of our humanity. But it's true. We also got to be realist. And if we want to keep us and our own safe, we sometimes have got to just go, we got to keep it, in the family, not in an incestual way, but, just keep our family close. I can understand those survivalists that just want to go find somewhere and just, live out by themselves. I can understand the inclination.
That for me is what separates something that's fun disturbing from real disturbing. Fun disturbing is mermaid in a manhole. It's ridiculous. It will never happen. Yeah. I mean, it'd be kind of cool, but it's ridiculous. Yeah. Whereas not fun disturbing, but sometimes important are the ones that remind us of the real horrors in our everyday life.
Exactly. I would totally agree. Like Sleepwalkers would be a fun one for me. It can happen.
Yeah, that's super
not,
fun.
I love fucking Sleepwalkers.
But then you watch something I'm watching Handmaid's Tale for the first time now because I finally read the book, and it's like, ugh, that could happen. That's not fun. But yeah, those things that make us look at the real horrors in our life, that make us, that are kind of like cautionary tales that serve the purpose that urban legends used to, check on the children. Don't be careful where you leave your children, be careful who you trust. That a smiling face in a clean outfit isn't always a good person. Sometimes the monsters don't look like monsters.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And sometimes the best people are the ones that are creepy or weird, or people that say stay away from that guy are some of the best people.
Well, and I think horror fans know that, because I think a lot of us as children empathized with Frankenstein's monster. We empathized with Jason Voorhees. And so I think we know that sometimes there's humanity to be found in the traditional monsters too. So we can't always judge by appearances.
Very much. Very much so. In fact, one of the one thing that I showed both of my kids at a very early age, because I wanted to teach them empathy, was Freaks. And I wanted, because I thought that's a perfect lesson, and I fucking love that movie. That's like a lesson in humanity for me.
And that movie was banned for a really long time. But really good movie.
And it kind of ruined his career, unfortunately.
It's a
Very
shame.
much so. Google gobble, one of us.
One of us. So I hope you'll come back. I'm gonna throw it out there. I think we should talk about, maybe I don't know. We'll brainstorm something messed up, right? Huh? If you want to come back, I might have.
Yes.
We're like, fuck no, dude. We talked about dogs way too much. That chick's crazy. I'm so sorry. I'm trying not to interrupt you. It's just hard to time it.
No, it's just I apologize for the I have horrible internet, but hopefully we'll get it better. But no, thank you so much, and I'm just happy you want me back. I figured you'd be like, oh fuck, I don't want
Dude,
this.
I talked to you for 3
again.
fucking hours.
She knows nothing.
I talked to you for 3 hours. I want you back. We had a good time.
Like 5.
Thank you. It was a real honor having you. You've been a fantastic guest. Everybody in the chat, please check out the doobly-doo description down below. We've got Jen's link to her channel on there. She had to start a new channel. Really sucks, but she's building it up. The content is good. I promise you. She talks about awesome movies. She talks about Tales from the Crypt. She's awesome. She's also, what was the name of your group that you do with Monty and Sean? Horror Hangout?
Horror Hangout.
That's really good. Definitely check it out. What are you working on?
With the Trash Picture Show a lot.
Yes, I worked with him once too. Did you know that?
Yes, I did. I know him carnal. Well, not yet because we're in different sayings, but I'll know him carnally.
I
one
love
day.
it. I hope you do.
We're in a relationship. So
Bag that. No, he did, I did a Leprechaun review and I wanted my dog to have an Irish accent and I was like, fuck, I can't do that. I don't want to be disrespectful. So I was like, Marty, can you help me? So that's Marty on my video, which you probably know. Anyway, I love Marty. He's good people.
He had a blast working on that.
Yeah, he's good people.
Yeah, he is very good people. But as far as what I'm working on, me and Velvet, we did a review of Bone Temple, but our thing got screwed up. Just like right now, what's up on my channel is a very long video talking about the best horror movies of 2025. We had technical difficulties and we had to refilm it, but it's up now. Very long video because we like to go into why. We don't just tell you the good movies, we tell you why we think they're good movies.
You guys are like the horror Gilmore Girls. I love it. Only your Rory's a little snarkier. A little bit. But I love it.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, she'll probably like she referred to me as a Gilmore Girl, never going on her channel.
Nah, I'm cool with it.
Awesome. I love Gilmore Girls. It's a compliment. I love it. On my channel, my next stream will be on Monday. We're going to be talking about our favorite books and least favorite books that we read in 2025. So I'm going to have Brandon Meacham on. I'm going to have Horrorhead Heather from We Are the Weirdos Book Club. So that will be on Monday, not Sunday, because I'm going to a reptile expo to hopefully get some more spiders. Look at that, my sweet baby over here. So,
nice.
Yeah. So Sunday I'll be at the expo.
I've seen your Instagram pictures.
Thank you. Well,
for your spiders. I love them.
Okay, good.
I love them.
Like, you didn't say you liked them, so I shouldn't say thank you. But yes, I'm very proud of them. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully I will see you on Monday for my next stream. It was awesome hanging out with you guys. I'm so glad Quirk hung in there. I was really worried we were going to scare him off. But, yeah, let me know how you guys would feel. I've been toying with the idea of doing a penectomy stream, or maybe just like, I don't know, because I also want to talk about necropolis, because it's got a lady with 6 boobs. I just kind of like to talk about that kind of stuff. I don't know. Do you guys want a stream about that kind of thing? Yeah. Anyway, let me know if that's something you'd want to see in the comments down below. Thank you, Jen, so much. Again, her link is in the description below. Please subscribe. Thank you, Jen, for being my guest. You are fantastic. And until we meet again, blessed be.